Good morning, everyone. I'm Professor Sukita. Can
Yes.
you take over and set the stage?
Hello and welcome, everybody. Today we are starting off this day two of this BPDE. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Cultural memory, Sanduka, a case of the Kodava community. So a hearty welcome to all you wonderful speakers. And I will request Dr. Badri Narayanan Srinivasan to start off his presentation. And all of you speakers will have 20 minutes each, and I'll probably give you a reminder at the 17th minute in case you are like just to wrap up in the next 3 minutes. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Badri Narayanan.
Thank you, Professor Sutirtha, and very warm welcome. Good morning to you all. All of you can hear me clearly, I hope. So today I'm going to be talking about some nuts and bolts of studio teaching. I've been teaching architecture and interior design for the last, it's going to be 34 years coming August. And I've actually seen the entire scene change from when I was studying architecture, when we started with wooden T-squares, then to the parallel bar, and then to the laptop, and then now to the AI, etc. I've seen the entire range. Yet there are some very fundamental problems in the way we teach architecture, problems which
Sir, can you be a little bit louder? If you can be a little bit.
Yes, can you hear me now better?
This is much better. Thank you.
Thanks. So these are some of the problems which I've been facing in the last 10, 15 years. Not only me, a lot of my colleagues are also facing the same problems and trying to deal with it somehow. So I thought we must talk about this in a forum like this. So I really thank Anuradha for providing me the opportunity. So the contents, I hope you can see the slides change.
Yes.
Okay. So Design Studio plays an integrative role, and it continues to dominate architectural pedagogy. Of course, it's been critiqued that should it take a central place, should it be so isolated from real life, etc. But despite all that, it still dominates architectural pedagogy. There's no getting away from it. So apart from just the skill of designing, it's very important to note that it's the process of socialization where students actually learn how to be an architect. So it's a dialogic process where the tutor points out things on the drawing and makes marks. And these are usually graphic gestures. And while the tutor is talking, they might be simultaneously drawing on the sheet. They might be pointing out to certain things, suggesting alternative
Sir, can you please
ways of...
be a little closer to your mic, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. This is better.
Okay,
yeah, hold it
all right.
Better.
Okay. So this kind of a verbal graphic dialogue is very revelatory for the student and leads to aha moments where there is a sudden insight and the student realizes the potential of her own design and also a clear direction of how to proceed further. So this has been written about a lot, this form of pedagogy, and that's what sets studio pedagogy apart. It triggers reflection in action, reflection on action. And this kind of pedagogy has been recommended for other professions, and they've been adopted quite successfully also. So this is how a desk grid happens. I mean, in this case, of course, it's been pinned up, but usually this happens on the drawing board, where the student pins up something or displays something, and then there are all kinds of marks which are made. There are circles, arrows, and all kinds of graphic symbols which is a shared language between the teacher and the student. So this entire process of the dialogue on paper, where the student as well as the teacher engage in a kind of a graphic verbal dialogue, this is, in my experience, it's really suffered a serious setback ever since the proliferation of the digital tools. And these are some of the issues and reasons. So the notion of immaculate conception is a very strong one amongst this generation. And yesterday, one of the speakers talked about how, the perfection of the image, or probably it was a comment, how we are stuck with this idea of the perfect image. So students believe the designs will be magically born perfect without the discomforting mess of the birthing process. So the tendency to just wait for the idea to appear in all its completeness, and then you just need to draft it out. This is a myth which unfortunately students suffer from. And of course, there are certain generational characteristics which have been written about quite a lot. Lack of attention spans, a lot of digital distractions. While they are working on AutoCAD, there are all kinds of distractions on the screen. The impatience of wanting immediate results, overconfidence, intolerance of uncertainty and boredom, and of course, lack of emotional resilience to handle criticism. So when students do bring work for feedback, it's more for approval or validation rather than for discussion. And they're naturally reluctant to make changes because it's too tedious to wait for yet another perfect idea to drop from the sky. So students mostly learn in architecture schools by mimicking their seniors, teachers, professionals, and more teachers are millennials and post-millennials themselves. And they have given up the pencil and hand drawing in their own practices. So they make poor role models for students. So there's nobody to imitate. If at all, a few hand-drawn iteration processes did survive in a few isolated studios. The 2 gap years during COVID did a final death blow to the pencil. So this was the scenario. So these are the, the fallouts. There's a complete, often a communication breakdown and a studio impasse where nothing moves for weeks. And I've been to studios which are totally empty, 1 or 2 students working on their laptops in one corner. They have nothing to discuss. Less work is produced, the less feedback is received, which leads to poorer work, which leads to more critique. So consequently, students begin to avoid design development process altogether as it feels like a tedious and unpleasant burden that is emotionally stressful. This is a highly dangerous situation to be in. And we have been in it for quite some time, in my opinion, in quite a few institutions. So when I introduced this particular studio project and announced that all the formative stages will be done by hand, there was a lot of hesitancy, nervousness, some resistance. But I insisted that they put away their laptops. But iPad and stylus were allowed because to me they fairly, well, they imitate the pencil pretty much. They simulate the same feeling of drawing on paper. There's a particular app which does this very well. These are 7-semester students, and I ended up demonstrating how to sharpen a wooden pencil properly. And the act of patiently sharpening one's pencil, and the craft of putting together a building, and how sharpening a pencil is an act of meditation. It calms your mind And as you're sharpening the pencil, it feels like you're sharpening your own mind, etc., etc. Students were pretty fascinated. This is what the studio looked like in the beginning. These are the initial responses. These are some random sketches, nothing to do with the project that some student had pinned up. So there was a serious dip in enthusiasm levels, naturally. 4 weeks into the semester, students were finding it difficult to draw freehand lines in scale. This is another major mental block that students suffer from, that all iteration drawings had to look neat and presentable. So I told them messier the better. I encouraged them to display the iterations with the dates on the wall. Untidiness was nothing to be embarrassed about, but to be displayed proudly for everyone to see. Soon, students from other classes began to visit our studio out of curiosity, began to hang around. I also started on the same project on my iPad. Then came a turning point. I was asked to present one of my recent professional projects to the faculty of JSSAI, part of Brown Bag lecture series. The project was a modest 1,500 square foot retreat in the mountains, which I had designed. And it had taken 7 years of dreaming and involved hundreds and hundreds of pencil iterations. And the project had been completed in 2022. Although the session was restricted to faculty, I invited the students to attend the session. I thought the project they were working on was also similar, which was a house in the mountains on a steeply sloping hillside. In the presentation, I had compared the design process to riyaz, which is a repetitive practice of an art or craft towards mastery. The hand sketches extended to customized construction details also. So there were more than 500 iterations of a very small project. Next week, there was a marked difference in students' attitude. They gradually began to explore iterations on their own as a self-stoking process without constantly seeking validation or approval. Tracing paper scraps began to slowly cover the walls next to every table. Every student could see their own progress at one glance. On iPads too, every sketch was dated, saved. The end of the semester, the students seemed proud of their work through the semester, received positive feedback from the external examiner. This is the same corner of the studio around mid-semester. This is some of the student iterations. This was the atmosphere in the studio. So from a cold, dead kind of a place, suddenly, by the end of the semester, it was a really lively, vibrant, creative space. Curious about how the cohort processed this unfamiliar method. After a gap of 2 months, for the purposes of this paper, I sent them the following questionnaire. What was your previous experience with developing designs by hand drawing on tracing paper before you joined the atelier? What did you think of the brown bag presentation? How did it influence your design process and philosophy? What was your overall experience of developing designs iteratively on butter paper through the semester? What is your confidence level in developing any design by hand through iterative process of refinement before and after the atelier? What do you think stops students from exploring design iterations by hand? And what is your advice to them? So these are some of the findings. Students had limited or no exposure to hand-drawn iterations before the atelier, apart from drawing bubble diagrams, zoning diagrams, etc. This is interesting. Some had made handmade iterations of plans, but after they designed the project digitally, just because they had to show some iterations. So it was like backdated iterations. You could call it that, because there was part of the assessment rubrics just on iterations. So just for the marks, they had to show some drawings, but they were not really used to develop the design. They were inhibited by the inability to draw straight freehand lines in scale and basic geometric shapes in proportion. They were also intimidated by the idea of having to produce neat and tidy looking iterations. The brown bag presentation was an eye opener for all of them and had a significant impact on the inspiration levels. They could see how a meticulous process results in a well-crafted design. You could also see that every single iteration contributed to the overall development of the design and how certain common design themes can result in hundreds of variations. They also realized that design is not a problem to be solved, but an opportunity towards perfection and mastery of one's craft. It was a lesson in patience and persistence that one could work for 7 years on a project. These are all unfamiliar values for them, but it appears that they gained a new appreciation and respect for the artistry of their chosen profession, which till then they thought was a highly technical, dry kind of a subject. For many, this atelier represented a turning point where they not only understood the value of iterations, but they started to enjoy the design process for its own sake. They not only all felt personally more empowered about employing this newfound skill in their next studio project, but were
So
also
you have
eager to
3 more minutes left.
promote the hand iteration. Thanks. I'm through almost with their peers. I will not read this out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. People who are also joining in online, and if you have any questions, I would request you to type in your questions here, which we'll be addressing at the end of the session. And our next speaker up is Professor Agnishika, who is going to present her paper on turning concern to opportunity, embracing the digital design through a constructivist lens. Welcome, and
Thank
over
you.
to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Am I clear?
Yes.
I need sharing. Yeah, available now. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. This is a thought paper. I have been engaging with this idea for a very long time, and I wanted to put it down in some format that made sense, but it's up for debate. So turning concern to opportunity, the concern is the idea of the threat of the digital, and opportunity is what's available if we go past it. And how can we look at embracing the digital domain through this constructivist lens? So, according to Stephen Hawking, we're all like neurons in a giant brain. And here is my attempt at an image generation. Apparently, that's what Copilot thinks a middle-aged Indian woman looks like. But it's the idea of completely being integrated in all areas with our digital technology, from the moment we wake up to being in our kitchens or going to work, or the transit to returning to what we get in our assignments, all of it, we are in this seamless state of always being connected and yet remote. Now, when we look at that inside the learning studio in design education, it becomes a hybrid space where students are constantly moving and engaging with knowledge in multiple modes. They're always between the physical and the virtual. You are asking a question or you're working with a student, and then we look up something. So there's always this jumping between, apart from communication modes, apart from the ways in which people are always in communication with each other. There are also new ways of knowing constantly being created and embodied in the learning studio in design education, where experiments are conducted and people find new ways of experiencing those experiments. And finally, students enter with a pre-existing competency most of the time in various software as well as ways of making. And this is very easy to see when we do interviews with students or potential students entering into design education, is that they come with something. And there's, over the last 15 years or 20 years of being an educator, design educator, I keep seeing that increases more and more. This is the aspect I'm interested in. And this is just a small example of the kind of software that students have said they already know when they enter. Many of which I have no proficiency with at all. So the characteristics of teaching and learning in design. It's experiential, as in you learn by doing. You have new experiences and that teaches you something. It's interdisciplinary because you never know when history gets involved or literature or poetry or sociology. It's collaborative. It happens between people. It happens in discussions. It's interactive in many modes. You might be interacting with somebody in another country. You might be interacting with an object. It is interactive always. It's about exploration. And it's reflective. You have to think about what you saw, did, or made, and derive insight from it. So it's reflective in that sense. And so the tools for understanding tend to be a range of things, but they're observation for sure. There is exploration. There is making or doing. Reflection is also a tool. It's a way to learn. Analysis also comes into that framework. And then there's ideation or finding ways to have new ideas. And this is not an inborn talent. This is a skill you have to actually develop. This is a tool you have to understand and make sense of. And finally, there's this collaboration itself is a tool, which is that you need to speak your ideas to others in order to, or listen to theirs in order for richness to develop in what you are thinking about in your own idea. And this is not an exhaustive list. This is really from my own thought process. Now, one of the things that problematizes these ideas of design education is that we have a legacy, and the legacy, it comes to us from both how we were all taught ourselves, as well as from what we think is right, and what our anxieties are as teachers. And these are models that seem to fit very well into behaviorist approaches. And because I myself am learning about this, I have put it down as what I understand from there. So the first is that the learner is an empty vessel. The learner comes in blank. They don't know anything, and they will be filled up with knowledge as they progress. The curriculum is fixed ahead. It is something that they will go through, and at the end of a course or a semester or a learning program, that curriculum will be transferred into their systems. The one who controls the curriculum, who controls the knowledge, is the teacher. They are the one who decides what information is to be communicated and how and when, and what is appropriate for whom. And therefore, authority lies with the teacher as well. Knowledge is then treated as incremental, and it is delivered in packets. And so it's never seen as a whole, but rather, now you're ready for this, and next week you'll be ready for something else only after this is internalized. There is a focus on memorizing information, on knowing facts and data. There is these two aspects of reinforcement and punishment. So reinforcement can be positive or negative. Negative reinforcement would be, it's not a negative reinforcement is where you take away an unpleasant thing in order for the student to learn better behavior. So for instance, if they did an assignment well, then you say you don't have to do the next one. Punishment, on the other hand, is a consequence for not modeling the behavior that's required in the classroom or in the learning pattern. And these are a very strong part of behaviorist approaches because there is a notion that there is a right way. And finally, assessment by testing is a format that may or may not be related to the learning. Assessment is separate from learning, and it may often not be connected. And there's often a disconnect between whether what is being assessed is learning or information. And I would just like to say that these arise from, especially teachers today, these arise from some of our anxieties about the management of learning, about delivering course outcomes, about managing student behavior in the classroom. And so therefore, authority is always located in a single space. So this is my assertion, is that digital craftsmanship and skill and technological competency in first-year students especially, and this is where I've been having the most interesting outcomes, disrupts traditional hierarchies and authority located with the teacher. So we have to actually question existing modalities of knowledge transfer and acquisition. Now, why I say it disrupts it is because your student is not an empty vessel. Your student comes with a whole body of knowledge. In some areas, they are far more skilled than you. Sometimes they are better read than you. Sometimes they have access to certain kinds of technologies that you don't. And so how do you have authority over them in terms of knowledge? This authority that kind of seeps into other areas of behavior, punishment, reinforcement, etc. It begins with the holder of knowledge. And if you don't anymore, as a teacher, hold the knowledge, then how do you have authority and where is the hierarchy? So this was a foundation studio that happened last year. It was a traditional classroom with tables in a row. And one of the things I tend to do in any classroom that I enter is to ask for the tables to be reconfigured. And I think spatial configurations matter. As a spatial designer myself, I feel they impact behavior strongly. So one is that the students don't face the front of the room. They face each other and they face their group, and their accountability is to their group. Two, they have an opportunity to make messes. They have an opportunity to wrangle with information in ways that are experiments, in ways they're not necessarily, that don't necessarily have the best outcomes each time. It takes work and it takes experiments to do that, but they have the space to do it. I think like Dr. Badrinarayanan Srinivasan said, this idea of mess is not just acceptable, but also desirable. It is something you want to promote, and the only way to do it is to make the mess and to cause messes. Again, facing each other changes the nature of authority here. Who calls you to account is your group, not the teacher in the front of the room, not the screen at the front. And as you can see, this is a long room, so everything is designed very much to have authority located in a single spot in the beginning of the room. Again, often the format for reviews in spaces like this is to ask, so what did you do and what do you want to do next? And when you ask that question, students in the first year are quite flummoxed often because they have not been asked those questions before. They have been told to be obedient. When you ask the question and then they start devising plans, then the next question I have is, so how are you going to do it? And here's where collaboration matters, here where active learning is initiated. And sometimes I actually don't have the answer. It's not just me, modeling the questioning. I actually don't have answer. And I also trust that they possibly have better answers and solutions than I do alone. And that is the power of group as well. So this was this experience. It was a semester-long project, so it allowed for a lot of experiments. Students produced at the end a series of insights that were provided in groups, and one of the experiments they did was to leave and go outside into the world, derive insight, and bring it back into the classroom. And I feel like these students are now in the second year, and I feel like there's a distinct impact of that upon their ability to be explorative and to be self-initiated. We did take, not all of this is a feeling, we took feedback, reflective feedback. We had a weekly reflection document from this studio. Every week they would write out a reflection and we would put it online for them to fill. It was private, they would be only between the facilitator and the students. And the nature of the feedback was to ask how their growth was going, what do they need to learn, what do they feel they were lacking in, what do they want help with. It was a simple matter of doing a check, a well-being check. At the end of it, the feedback we got was that they really enjoyed working together. They really enjoyed the nature of a studio that gave them agency. And eventually, they were responsible. There were also people who didn't do a great project, a group that maybe didn't cohere well, for instance. Their feedback was also, I wish I'd used the opportunity better, and I want to do that. I want to be like that. So at every stage, I think some kind of learning happened here. And I've been doing this for very long, so I put this in here. This was a dry waste project I did in 2014. This was one of the early attempts at this kind of approach, which was for me to say, let's see what you do. Let's see what you would like to do. And this was where the point of the studio, it was a semester-long project again, and they were with me 3 days a week for the whole semester. The point of the studio, again, was to explore the idea of dry waste in the city and then start ideating about what to do about it, or just understand it. Two things that were really interesting was that we connected with BBMP. We worked with the BBMP at many stages. They created a collaborative wall mural for the solid waste management centers. And they also managed to campaign for a store called the Restore inside the campus, where they asked for permission, they got a room, and the students set up their own roster for taking care of it. And the point of Restore was that when you finished projects, you would go and take your project materials there, and somebody else could use them. And that's the nature of the mess in that room as well. At every point here, again, the students that came out of that remember this project. I had a student who called me last week, and he was in this project, and that was 10 years ago. And he remembers it distinctly because of this sense of collaboration and sense of agency. So this is my other assertion. So the advent of digitally skilled students entering design education requires new approaches to pedagogy. And here I want to introduce, and what I've been studying is this idea of constructivist approaches. They have a synergy with design education goals. So what does a constructivist classroom look like? So knowledge is actively constructed in a constructivist classroom. And what does that mean? It means that people have an experience and they make sense of it, and that provides new knowledge. And every person being different and coming from a different background and a different set of understandings creates unique constructions of understanding and knowledge. The learning that they have builds upon prior understanding that is already there. And this looks at cognitivism a little bit, but all of us come with it, acknowledges that the student is not blank. The diverse ways of learning are acknowledged here, which is that different people have different ways of learning. Some people can read, some people can only watch videos, some people have to go and talk to people, and all of these are possible to do. Discussion and collaboration are crucial. Again, that I've said earlier, and this I'm only saying because it is so much in synergy with design education. Learning must be self-directive. Different students have different learning goals and different ways of achieving those spaces. And there is no one size fits all for a classroom, definitely not for a design education classroom. So what a student is at, what level they're at, and where they want to go is a function of their own motivation. It's a function of the kind of motivation that being in the classroom creates. And here is one part that I have struggled with for a while and trying to make sense of, is that as a teacher, I give up being a teacher really and become a facilitator and eventually a co-learner. So I'm enriched by the classroom. There's things that are introduced to me that I don't know, and I am also constructing knowledge in this area. And finally, I'm looking for lifelong learning and learning to learn. If we look at these skills as the outcome of a course, as a competency and a capacity, then the outcome called, do I know these facts, becomes less important. If someone is given an ability or someone has acquired the ability to always find those facts should they need it. And finally, when we look at the tools in the constructivist classroom, any process that advances ways of knowing is a tool. So it could be observation, could be making, it could be talking, it could be watching a video, it doesn't matter. My colleague is currently running a gardening course, and the ways of knowing in that have completely changed what happens and how we accept knowing to be. So this is the end of it. I love this quote, and I've always looked at it. If you want to build a ship, don't drum up the men to gather wood, divide the work and give orders. Instead, teach them to yearn for the vast and endless sea. Now, as I've been going through my process, I'm beginning to wonder about the word teach. And so I've marked it because I'm not sure how I would be teaching someone to yearn for the sea. And so that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. The participants who are having any questions at this point, I would request you to kindly type in your questions in the question and answer box. And now I would introduce our next speaker, Lena Vincent. She is an art historian and curator. Hi, Lena. Good to see you again. And
Hi.
yes.
Thank you so much. I just require to share screen, please.
Yes, you will be given access right now. It's getting done. And meanwhile, just tell that what you're going to present on is the digitizing cultural memory, Sanduka, a case study of the Kodava community. This is from Food here in Karnataka.
Yeah. So can you see my screen and hear me?
It's just loading. Yes, we can see it now. Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
So I'm sorry for the waste of precious time, but good morning, everybody. And I'm very happy to be here amongst all our wonderful colleagues. And I've been really inspired by already certain words that were mentioned by the previous two speakers, Professor Abhisheka and Dr. Srinivasan. This idea of the discomforting mess and also sort of questioning existing modalities is something that really touched me. And I think that in this case, we always think of the digital and physical in two different spaces, but I think that probably we should resolve the dichotomy and make it something that we are living with on an everyday basis. I'm here actually to speak about something that is somewhat out of the classroom. I know that all my colleagues here are, professors of many years standing. I'm in this happy space of stepping in and out of the academic world because very luckily I'm called as a visiting faculty and I'm very grateful for that. So I'm here to present about the sort of journey of information used in building a living museum like this one, Sanduka, the Living Museum of Kodava Culture. And at the very start, I would like to acknowledge and thank my entire team. We all, worked on this project for almost 2 years. And ultimately, it was launched in November of 23. And it has been a project that has brought us many learnings about documenting oral histories as well as converting these oral histories into something that is available in the digital space to a vast audience. To begin with, actually, I will just sort of show you this opening, sequence of the website itself, which I hope, many of you will go and look at. From this point, which is moving backwards, what people are looking at here and what it began with, being out there in the field, sending a drone up, understanding whether the weather is all right to shoot this particular sequence, understanding the words that will reach out to everyone, talk about the very essence of what we were, understanding that this museum was something that was participative. It was something that was coming from stories of people across Kodagu. Now, Kodagu is a small district in Karnataka, for those of you who may not know. And it's a very unique culture the Kodavas are a very unique culture. Their own demography has been vastly changing because of migration, because of intermarriages, because of the loss of the fabric of culture, which is something that I think we notice across communities, in India. And so we wanted to create a very specific engagement with people's voices. Understanding now in our museum studies that decolonization is something really crucial to what we need to think of. How do we bring voices that are marginalized also into showcasing their identities? How do we interact with the community in a respectful and ethical manner? Many of these questions were part of what we did. Our idea was to build this interconnected space where people were the central focus and to generate, very inclusive ideas, but also to use the digital space as something that is completely experimental because, after the pandemic, it became really, really important to enter into the split screen universe. Many institutions, many museums, and many cultural organizations understood that they had to use the digital space in a different way. And museums like MAP and Salar Jung in India also turned towards the digital space in trying to access how they could remain relevant and how they could remain sustainable when loss was such a huge experience. Also, the idea of archiving became important. A group of Kodava cultural advocates, let me say, led by Mrs. Rati Jha, who is someone who spearheaded this project, with IFA, India Foundation for the Arts, as facilitators and people who commissioned the project, came together to set this project in motion. And I was very privileged to be project director for this, along with my colleagues from design, research, as well as web development. So to understand that this particular museum, in fact, is something that really addressed oral histories to a very vast extent. And I have to say that this is both a huge advantage and an immense challenge, because even in a small space like Kodagu, the differences between oral histories from various families from across regions are conflicting. And so we constantly had to keep thinking of the various layers that we were addressing here. This museum is, in fact, not a comprehensive picture of Kodava culture. It is, in fact, just scratching the surface. We were limited by a certain budget, of course. Budgets are important in these things because technology does have a certain expense. We had a certain framework, and you will notice that within this entire website, we have around 50 plus stories that we, went out into the field and collected, but also that we received from across the community, from people, from persons who wrote to us, from, people who sent us videos, images, personal stories, community histories. We are, in fact, sitting on a large minefield of information that we have now handed over to IFA. So what happened is that we realized from these various interactions with people and from what they sent us, that this was a space that was entirely interconnected, that various aspects of history, various aspects of culture, be it food, architecture, festivals, rituals, or landscape even, are deeply interconnected. They are not separate. And that is the kind of feeling that we wanted to share on the virtual museum also. So this, in fact, drove the idea of the design. This sort of interconnected quality of all the material that we received was what drove the design and the web interface. So, we had all these conversations, all these ideas from various people coming to us, helping us understand the space better, engage with the smallest of details that came to us. In terms of the kind of material we received, we had to make a difference between a social media site and, where people gather a lot of material together, and something that is serious enough to and standardized enough to be in a museum space. So we did not just gather information, because everybody has a phone, everybody has a device that can make videos or photographs, but that's not the end of communicating information within a museum. So we were also very selective. We understood the manner in which these materials had to be translated to be available to a global audience with a certain standard. So we, in fact, used this sort of layered interaction and layered sources of material to form the design strategy itself. And here I'm so grateful to all my colleagues, Upasana Natuji Roy and Roy from Switch, and my colleague Nitin Kushalappa, who in fact was very, very crucial in making certain translations. Here I have to say that when going out into the field, it's really important that someone from the community is there with the relevant language, with the understanding of context, with the understanding that someone will tell us, maybe women shouldn't stand in this sacred space. Maybe this part of the household is meant only for the people of the family. Maybe you shouldn't, eat this when you are, celebrating this festival. Now, those are small and minute aspects of culture that we can only know from being an insider. But well, the conversation of insider and outsider is a continuous one, and we have it wherever we are, because ultimately we're, all migrants in some way or the other. And so in this way, we interacted, we created a kind of design that ultimately brought about the two main ways in which people could interact with the information that we put together. So we had, for the older generation and those not familiar so much with the digital space, and people who of course have very bad interconnections, like they do exist in the middle of Cool, in coffee estates and in sacred groves. We had a list method where people could click on a particular subject and go to the story that they would like to see. On the other hand, we also developed a series of tags that brought all the stories together and interconnected them in the way we imagined culture to be. And so if you go to the website, you will understand that you can actually play with the entire interface and arrive at your own story in the way that you want to. And that is something that we realized that came from the idea that new technology gives so much of power. Digital software, that is so much of what is available to us now and is changing constantly day by day, gives us the power to create these stories in different ways. And that is something that we really explored. Here, a big thank you to Hassan, who in fact, from whom I myself have learned so much. And I have stopped calling myself someone who is technologically disadvantaged and started entering into the space with much more enthusiasm. So all the learnings allowed us to bridge these gaps and to also understand how to make a museum space future ready. The museum as it is, as I said, is only a part of what it can eventually hold. Handed over now to IFA and then to the trust that will in fact run the museum page, has the capacity to expand it over the next months and years. They can increase the number of categories. They can increase the, the interaction and the interface design itself. We use a lot of open source software. Even the editor is open source. It is something that anyone who has administrative access can come in and use within the guidelines that we have been able to provide them. And so with this entire interface, we were, which took a lot of time, because we continued to consider all the ethics that come with documentation, with sharing of information, with, a global space small things like credits, acknowledgements, that every single person who even shared anything with us is acknowledged in the website and along with whatever material they've given us. Because we do understand in the arts and culture world, ethics are not sometimes the most primary thing. Ideas are borrowed, taken away, designs are copied. So we really, really needed to understand that this had to come from a very clear point of view. We know that websites are such, anyone can take, a screenshot and use whatever is there. But we had to understand the kind of, structures that we had to put in place to make sure that whatever material was shared was something that was respectfully used. And we did have instances of certain sacred spaces and certain sacred rituals that we attended but did not document or showcase because it is esoteric, it is sacred, and it is not meant to be reproduced on a website like this. So in this sense, we brought together this, entire story, allowing different manners of interaction with the website itself, but also building on this sense of a cross-section of experience that Kodava culture itself is. And before we launched the website, it was important for us to have reviewers on board. So we did have reviewers who, in fact, looked at the entire material, understood how our journey was in refining the material, in reflecting on the material, making it accessible, and of course, reproducing it ultimately here. Now, no plan, of course, is something that you fit into a box and the box is reproduced as it is. The discomfort, the mess, the problem areas, the criticisms, the fights that we had to have in between are all part of this, because every culture has gatekeepers as well. Every culture has a hierarchy. There is class, there is caste. We do understand that all these things become part of an understanding of any culture. We had to deal with all those different elements even while we were representing identity of this entire culture.
2-3 more minutes to wrap up.
Yes, I'm almost done. And in understanding all that, there have been great learnings and wonderful conversations about a very contemporary way of looking at museum making, and also very contemporary ways of engaging with technology to make culture accessible to a larger community. So this is the journey of the repository. We, in fact, I would like to end on a couple of small notes. One is that this experience of making this virtual museum, Sanduka, allowed us to really think of a museum in everybody's homes and everybody's backyard. A museum doesn't have to be a space of dead objects which tell us specific stories, but a museum can be experiential. A museum can take you into this land of stories that are both sourced from documented and undocumented histories. So this, I think, this forum that SDI, RVU have organized, which is wonderful to have these conversations, is, I think, something really inspiring to all us cultural workers, people who are working in the cultural field. And here is a shout out to all the students that I interact with, who also give me so many ideas every time I meet them, that this is the space for us to think about culture. This is the space for us to learn out of the box and actually document and take these stories forward in different ways. And ultimately, with my huge appreciation for technology and the digital space, as an art historian and someone who documents in the field, I have to say that nothing can compare with being at a festival in somebody's home, eating their wonderful pandi curry and joining them in a song. I think nothing can compare with that, but the digital world helps us take it across the globe. So Thank you very much. And that's the end of my paper. Yeah.
Thank you, Lena, for your wonderful presentation. So at this point, I would likely quickly kind of, try to gather from all the wonderful insights which I've got from all the three reverend speakers. So definitely there's some classroom involvement, the pencil, the constructivist, the traditional learning methods, how we are adapting to change. In fact, the new dimension is like what Lena said, like actually taking this practice and bringing it and to the making it democratic and making it accessible to people through a project. It's a very we are on the cusp of a lot of change and a lot of threshold of a lot of new experiences. And I think as humans, we also our innate nature is to resist some change, and we also look at it from like our age people. We look at this from our point of view, how we have grown up, and then we also sometimes maybe fail to understand the new generation. But if we can adapt to the change and also help and thereby understand the change and then facilitate the change for the new generation, as how to say, not to teach but to be facilitators to the learning experience for the next generation, and also understand the depth and dimensions of the digital media. And as far as pedagogy is concerned, how do we adapt these understandings and implement them in the very foundation years of our design education dissemination is something I think we should consider very seriously and in depth. And of course, it will not be perfect in the first or the second iterations. There'll be always a learning curve. So at this point, I would like to invite questions from the audience. If you have any questions at this point, you can ask our speakers live, or you can type it in and I'll read them out, whatever suits you. All from here directly. Yeah.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
So my question, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
My question is to Dr. Badri Narayan. Sir, how do you think that, we can provide digital aid or the digital tools can be used as an aid for students who have like brilliant design ideas, but do not have that, the skill set of sketching, which could represent their ideas in the ultimate capacity. So how do you think that, the digital tools of today, like iPad, pencils, I don't know, many tools are there, and even AI tools are there. Do you think it is possible for us as mentors to provide, certain kind of support system to the students who are facing challenges in representing their thoughts or design ideas?
Thank you for your question. Yes, certainly. In fact,
Sir,
many
can you
students in this.
please put the mic closer to your thing? We can't hear you.
Thank you very much, Srishti, for the question. Yes, it's very much possible to integrate digital tools into the design studio. For example, quite a few students from the cohort use the iPad and a software called Morpholio Trace, which very closely resembles drawing on paper and to scale. And they found it extremely convenient, and many of them were unfamiliar with it, but they took to it like ducks to water. The other tool which can be used is an interactive digital display board in the classroom where people can project their designs and then one can draw over it. Some institutions do have it, but I think it would be worthwhile to invest in these kind of digital tools. About AI, right now it depends on the prompts. And one of the problems with prompting is it requires a certain sophistication of language. You need to be able to describe the qualities very precisely. Otherwise, you just take whatever you get, and you cannot be critical about it. You cannot be more demanding about it. So one of the challenges is that right now that vocabulary is also learned as part of the design process. And a lot of that vocabulary is learned by interaction with seniors, with teachers, with peers. So the design vocabulary is something which you learn along with the skill of the design. Yeah.
Okay. So, sir, can I ask you an extended question in this? So,
Sure.
sir, the thing is that, the tools which are there, especially iPad, pencil, etc., is able to, aid in doing the drawings digitally. But my question was regarding uh, if the student is having inability to represent the ideas in the first place. So how could AI, help the student? It becomes like an assistant to the student, so that he is able to translate those ideas which are there in his mind into sketches while he is not really skilled at sketching. So iPad or any other digital tool would help if my sketching is already okay, good. But then how can we take the help of AI to aid that process of conversion of those ideas into representations? So that was the full question. Sorry for not bringing it out.
No, actually, it's really like asking if somebody doesn't know ABCD, how do I teach them poetry? Is there some magical, uh, device or AI whereby you can directly jump to poetry? So I think the grammar of ABC is very important, and that is probably what we are trying to teach in the design studio. That what exactly is ABCD and how to put it together. What is the grammar? What is the syntax? So that you can break free from it and become creative. I don't know if that answers your question.
So if I may quickly interrupt here, is like once the grammar part, then there is the poetry of language. I think that's what Srishti was trying to hint at. Like you may not always need to know grammar to, express the poetics in a language. So, sometimes language is native and it's inside you. So probably that's was the thing. Next, I think Shikha has a question.
If I can just respond to that question.
Yes.
I wonder if one could ask the student that, do they have an idea? I mean, what evidence do we have that they have an idea? It's not formulated in the head and then put down on paper. The act of doing something is the creation of that idea. So I would ask a student, figure out a way. If you want to communicate, you have an idea, it's inside your head, that's great. But if you want to communicate it, what are you going to do? And I would leave it with them to deal with that. And most often they find a way.
So some students of mine are able to, translate the ideas and tell it, explain it, but they are not able to represent it in a sketch form. I mean, so
But
that
could
is
they
the
put,
challenge.
could they put volumes together in a craft form, or could they could figure out something? If you said, I can't get it from your words.
Yeah, exactly. So my question is, how do we help them? How do we help them identify and get there? That's the question.
So there are these multiple intelligences theory, where one can use different forms of intelligence as an interface. Somebody may be very good with words, for instance. So you could ask the student to write an experiential narrative in words, like describe the spaces in a sequence as you walk through them. What are the kind of vivid imagery that come to your mind? So first you describe it in words, which is very much what also happens when you're designing. You're basically talking to yourself and you're describing the qualities of design. I suppose there are other uh, other methods which uses multiple intelligences which can be used, but I'm yet to experiment with them actually.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I think Professor.
There are two raised hands. Selena Vincent and Mr. Ish.
Yeah, if I may give an opportunity to share my thoughts on this. So, I'm Umesh Kumar, and I'm an architect and an industrial designer. So, I have practiced in the field of architecture and also have worked in the automotive industry. Right. So, I would like to share two experiences here. So, when I was as I was exploring how the design process happens across the world. So I had this opportunity of visiting a museum in Venice where they have archived the works of all the most of the modern architects, very well-known modern architects. So when we are going through those works, pieces of works, it's not just the drawings, but a lot of 3D models that they have explored, right? So one stark contrast I see is that they were working in 3D. Yes, they were working through sketches and all, but the next step was actually making these quick models and explore them, right? So probably that is one area that can be also focused on. And in terms of expressing the ideas, all right, so I was working with Jaguar Land Rover, and we all used to sketch on two-dimensional paper, and we had one designer, James, he's a British designer, who was working in 3D directly. He doesn't sketch, right? And whatever ideas he has, he used to generate in 3D models and using alias, and he used to be very quick in that, right? He says that I can better explain my ideas in 3D, and he was able to showcase the ideas real time, right? So I think, I mean, sketching, of course, undoubtedly is a great means of exploring and expressing, but depending on individuals' capacities and their fluency of expression, I think they should also be given an opportunity to explore a medium through which they can express their ideas perfectly, right? Yeah, so that's what I wanted to just add.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
Hi.
Professor Kunal has a question here.
Yes, you might see me in the RVU window. Probably I'm inside the
Can give
room
a
space
wave.
here. Yeah.
Or-
So I don't know if you can see me on camera, but
Or you can come here.
no, that's okay. So I'm a faculty here with the School of Design Innovation at RV University. And so just an observation. It's not a question actually to the panelists. It's more like an observation as a design academic. And seeing generations, like batches of students one after the other for quite some time, I kind of feel that how the students or the post millennials especially consume and learn information and instructions, or their knowledge has changed so drastically. There has been so much of change of this consumption, and their cognitive reflexes and things are also very different. They're very differently abled in that sense, that how they understand a technique or a skill set or a process is very different than how probably a lot of us would understand that. And somewhere, like, I'm sure some of us have used a dictionary at some point of time, right? Somewhere that also, as a language also, their understanding of language, and Professor Badrinaran was talking about the vocabulary part when you're using a prompt in AI. The understanding of language or the absorption of language is also very, very different. I mean, this is my personal experience. I find very few students to have consumed an entire printed paper book, like a complete book by themselves. they probably would have heard bits of it on Audible or YouTube or something like that. So their sort of relationship with this knowledge is very different. So possibly AI and how it is going to grow and shape further might have a very different sort of avatar coming up in maybe the next 20-30 years, which currently at sitting at this point of time we may or may not be able to kind of understand that. So just a point of view, nothing as a question or anything. If you would want to kind of say anything on this, you're most welcome. Yeah.
Ms. Lina Vincent, I think you have a question. Your hands has been raised for some time.
Yes, I'd actually like to put this question to both Professors Agnishika and Dr. Badri Narayan. You spoke about spatial understanding within the classroom, and it was very interesting to see the repositioning of the tables, etc. And for you, Dr. Badri Narayan, how you understood that putting up different things within the studio also changed the energy. So I would just like you to share a little bit more about your observations in this context of changing the spatial understanding between, let's say, a facilitator, I'll use the word facilitator, and the students. So this is to both of you.
Dr. Bhattacharya?
Sir, again, we can't hear you.
Would you like to go first, Professor Agnishika?
Sure. I think for me, it's there's no question that space and spatial configurations impact behavior. They impact emotion, they impact our interpersonal relationships. And it's not just about physical aspects like noise quality or air quality and things like that, or color. It is how people face each other or they look away from each other, how they are configured, and what they are told. What is, when you walk into a room, what is the affordance it tells you? What does it tell you you can do there? And so as you enter spaces, you are given signals and you don't even know you're absorbing them about what is okay and what is not okay. So those permissions, when you shift spatial configurations, you shift those permissions. That's how I feel about it. So,
Professor Agnishika, I could totally relate to what you did with the space, because this is one of the first things that I do to any studio when I enter a studio. Is I tell the students that, look, right now this looks like a classroom and the teacher's table is at the head and there is this blackboard. Let's break this. This is your space, your architects. You take ownership of the space. And the first thing you need to do is rearrange the space according to your liking. You position your own table, you find your own nook. If you want to group tables together, that's fine. If you want to work in isolation in another corner, that's also fine. But take ownership, rearrange the space. And so there is no hierarchy. And I happen to be sitting in one corner of the studio and not at the head of the studio. So this kind of a non-hierarchical arrangement of space, what it does is that it immediately puts you at the level of the co-learner, where you're exploring the idea together with the students and not instructing the students. So it's not a asymmetrical power balance. Very often, to begin with, students are very self-conscious about talking to each other because they still think it's a classroom. But then very soon they become so comfortable with your presence that they are joking, they are giving each other crits, and they lose that sense of self-consciousness. So the studio becomes a vibrant space. But one of the things which is happening increasingly is because of this whole idea of how to maximize the efficiency of spaces in all these institutions. Studios are no longer dedicated spaces, you see. They are just spaces which people occupy temporarily, and then tomorrow they might be assigned some other space. So in such a situation, this kind of a culture totally breaks down, because the next day you find, and you know, the housekeeping has rearranged the tables exactly the way they were, like in a classroom. And people have chucked all the butter sheets which were pinned up on the board. And the students will come and find that, oh my God, you know, our space is gone. So it's very important to have assigned spaces to studios and not just look at space as just a resource to be used efficiently. It's
I
a
wanted to make
creative
a
space.
I wanted to make a comment, if I can. We're just at the end of the time for our session. I not a comment, and so thank you all for your presentations, Badri, Leena, Agnishika, and Leena. I think there would have been more resonances between my paper and yours and Shwetal's, which was delivered yesterday, and so as a kind of a counterpoint to what Professor Kunal just talked about, this idea of much more fractured and a fragmented relationship with knowledge is something that my paper captured yesterday. And I said that, all of us are kind of intergenerationally involved in the digital cultures. It's not a matter of us and them. There's a lot of using and theming in our narratives. And there's a lot of truth narratives about this is the depth and this is the truth. And only when you read the book, cover to cover, you are going to get to the depth, this idea of obsession with depth and obsession with truth. And so it kind of, the digital culture really challenges that, and also challenges this idea that there is no next generation. We are already in the next generation. We are as much the next generation as is Badri, as he was my teacher. I am here, and then I have students. So we're already in kind of an intergenerational, an occupation of digital culture. So we are there in the next generation. So I think I just wanted to kind of, make the not really a summary, but maybe just resonate with your presentations and say that there is no us and them, and there is no, a lot of, I can ask probably a lot of my faculty, they don't read books cover to cover either anymore. So we're as much complicit. There is no U-turn. There is no U-turn. We can't take a U-turn and go back. So it's a matter of how do we inhabit that space and how do we make sense of it from the different generations. And especially, Leena, with your presentation on the museums and the virtual idea of, virtuality of preserving cultures and curating cultures, that is, I mean, it's really super interesting, and it's really kind of positioned in the broader domain of digital humanities. And a lot of that is, it's a kind of an assemblage, almost coming together and dismantling of things, and how people interact with that then creates a narrative. There is no kind of a dominating narrative in the way you're curating culture through your museum. So the digital offers many opportunities, I think, and I think your presentation, thank you for that. Your presentation really put that forward. So yeah, so that was it from me. Sorry, we've run over time, but thank you all for your presentations.
Thank you.
And I'll hand it back to Professor Sutirtha.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody, for your contribution to today's first session. And you have a good rest of the conference. I'll sign out now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We'll reassemble in 20 minutes, in 17 minutes at 11:40. Thank you. Thank you all for assembling back. Professor Kunal will be anchoring this session, and invite Kunal to take this forward.
Yeah, I think now I'm audible to everyone on this. Yeah, hi. Good morning and welcome back to the second part of the day presentations. Yeah, okay. So before we get into the presentation, so my name is Kunal Datta. I'm faculty with the School of Design and Innovation at the RV University in Bangalore. And before we start the presentations by the participants, there are some pre-presentation announcements which I would like to make. One is this presentation is being recorded, so that's one part of it. For all the questions that the audience and other participants who are around, if you may please put it in the question and answer box below down on the Zoom panel, and we'll kind of collectively answer those questions at the end of the presentations. I should also kind of tell all the presenters that the time limit is 20 minutes, and at 15 minutes I will kind of signal you that it's at 15, and we will have to stop at the 20-minute mark. So for this part of the session, which is actually themed as crafting design, and where we are exploring the idea of artisanship in the age of digitally assistive tools. We have three speakers. One is practicing architect and part-time academic, and we have two design academics are presenting. I'll introduce them one by one as we go through the presentation. So yeah, so we can begin with Dr. Ayod V. Kamath, who is a principal architect at Kamath Design Studio, and he's also a part-time faculty with Jindal School of Art and Architecture. And the paper that he's presenting currently is called A Materialized Culture, Making Grammars as a Non-Hylomorphic Framework for Artificial Intelligence in Architecture. So over to you, Dr. Kamath.
Thank you so much for that. Is the mic working? Okay, yeah, I think.
Yes, you're audible.
So sorry, I just changed the title just about 10 minutes ago. So it's sort of making grammars situated and embodied framework for design computation. And I have a visual abstract, which I will come back to at the end as a conclusion, but for now I'll just read through. So this paper argues that currently available generative AI tools for design extend a long history of hylomorphic ideas that have defined the discipline of architecture since its inception in classical Greece. The limitations of these AI tools in relating to the material world are correlated to the limitations of a hylomorphic design process in relating to the physical environment. Answering calls for an alternative theoretical framework to overcome these limitations, this paper proposes making grammars as one potential alternative. Applications of making grammars in pedagogy and research are discussed to illustrate its utility. Depending on time, I may or may not actually be able to get to the examples. I'll do my best. So first of all, of course, what is hylomorphism? Architects do not construct buildings, but draw designs for them. Drawing involves the manipulation of abstract shapes, not materials in the environment. The anthropologist and archaeologist Tim Ingold characterizes this gap between design and the environment as arising from a hylomorphic worldview. Hylomorphism, in the words of the architecture and energy researcher Kyle Moe, refers to the process by which, quote, forms are determined independent of and a priori to matter energy. Ingold describes hylomorphism as the process by which, quote, practitioners impose forms internal to the mind upon a material world, end quote. Hylomorphism thus forms, quote, our conceptual and epistemological model for how we relate to nature. So that's sort of what hylomorphism is. Now, the next thing I'll be doing is sort of just a fragmentary history of how we get from Aristotle to AI, current AI. So through a meticulous reading of pre-classical and classical Greek and Roman texts, the art and architectural historian Indra Kagis McEwen traces the origin of the word episteme to the revelatory experience of creating something well-made by carefully shaping and fitting together its components. So going back here, that would be like the revelatory experience of building a jigsaw puzzle, right? Yes. So McEwen explains, however, that by classical Greek times, this materially engaged and emergent notion of knowledge creation was replaced by an immutable concept of knowledge premised on the experience of viewing a well-crafted but extant and static artifact, which would be like the revelatory experience of looking at a completed jigsaw puzzle rather than building it yourself. So, so this change in the meaning of episteme Brought about by devaluing material engagement and by viewing matter as inert, McEwen argues, went hand in hand with craftspersons losing political power in Greece, and this has since remained a feature of Western thought in the notion of, and it's been given the name hylomorphic. The emergence of a hylomorphic worldview in classical Greece can therefore be characterized as the marginalization of knowledge obtained from material engagement in favor of knowledge obtained from the passive observation of artifacts. The architectural historian Alberto Perez Gomez explains that, quote, since the inception of Western architecture in classical Greece, the architect has not made buildings. Rather, he or she has made the mediating artifacts that make significant buildings possible. He goes on to describe the development of perspective drawing in the Renaissance as further reinforcing, quote, philosophical systems in which the constituting ego reduces the presence of reality, making a disembodied humanity. Critically reflecting on the writings of Alberti, the architectural technologist Daniel Cardoso-Yac notes that in the Renaissance, the primacy of architectural drawing made the builder, quote, a mere executor of the architect's designs, incapable of art or intention. So the architectural historian and theorist Arindam Datta explores the nexus between industrialization and computation in the spread of Western design across the world through colonization. Citing the role of the colonial imposition of the jacquard loom in the de-skilling of silk sari weavers in Banaras, Datta relates colonial bureaucratic control to Charles Babbage's notion of computability, with, quote, the jacquard designer in Babbage's engine becoming the precursor of the computer programmer. Now just getting to why this is a problem. So Cardoso-Yac argues that, quote, the distance from from construction that shaped architectural identity can break the epistemological link between drawing and building, preventing a designer from meaningfully using drawings as instruments to organize material into built form. Kyle Moe adds that, quote, that hylomorphic models of thought that underlie the physical and digital models we use to characterize and represent our relationship with nature need fresh attention and consideration in the context of the Anthropocene, an epoch where human culture can no longer be viewed in isolation from nature. And for that, that's why I sort of I just made this diagram building on what Saurabh Tiwari had presented yesterday. So now we sort of have a rough history of how we get from Aristotle to AI and why hylomorphism is the limitations of what hylomorphic practice of architecture are. So now I'll just jump to basic terminology in AI, so we're on sort of on the same playing field. So the artificial intelligence researchers and educators Russell and Norvig describe AI as automating the process of human cognitive performance and exceeding it. They explain that machine learning is, quote, a subfield of AI that studies the ability to improve performance based on experience. Deep learning is then a family of techniques of machine learning in which computational paths from inputs to outputs have many steps or layers. The advantages of deep learning over other forms of AI is that, quote, it can handle a large number of input variables and allow for long computational paths that can depend on many input variables, making deep learning, quote, the most widely used approach for visual object recognition, machine translation, speech recognition, speech synthesis, and image synthesis. So how does this translate to architecture in terms of as a technology? So for that, I jumped to the architectural researchers Matthias Del Campo and Neil Leach, who explain that a type of deep learning used in image synthesis is the generative adversarial network, or GAN. Quote, based on two neural networks competing against each other, one, the generator, produces images, and the other, the discriminator, judges those images against a training data set. Then, once trained, the discriminator can be removed and the generator will continue to produce convincing images. GANs have found wide application in architectural design research, being used to automate various tasks from designing residential neighborhoods down to the furniture layouts inside houses, to classroom layouts and urban parks, among other uses. Another class of image synthesis algorithms are diffusion models. These comprise a forward or diffusion process that adds noise to images in a data set, and a reverse diffusion process that learns to remove the noise to synthesize original images. So from here, I move to the actual argument of what I'm of this paper, which is to point out the limitations of current AI tools in architecture. So the fact that GANs and diffusion models are trained on data sets of images in an incestuous interaction between two components of the same algorithm without reference to the physical environment firmly places such AI tools within existing hylomorphic design practices in which, quote, forms are determined independent of and a priori to matter energy. So now, given the implicit intention that the results generated by these processes will ultimately be built in the physical world in some form, current applications of AI in architecture and design fulfill the hylomorphic ideal of, to quote Ingold, practitioners imposing forms internal to the mind upon a material world. Now, it's just that mind has gone from being the human mind to an artificial one. And in terms of its implications on pedagogy, discussing the role of AI in kindergarten to 12 education, Gilani et al. Point out that the most popular AI tools operate as black boxes, with the means by which their results are generated being opaque not only to the user, but even to the makers of these tools. Consequently, they argue that such tools are not good for, quote, learning how to learn. And without this ability, we must be skeptical of how well AI can support students. And this is happy to hear that phrase in Agnishika's presentation just a few minutes ago. And so, what really struck me was that these limitations pointed out of AI that are pointed out by scholars echo the limitations of a hylomorphic architectural practice that are also sort of cited by other scholars. So my contribution is just to show the parallel here. So now the next part of my argument is that mere technical solutions are insufficient to overcome these issues. So extrapolating the findings of Gilani et al. To available AI tools for image synthesis such as DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, and so on, it can be argued that their use by students to generate designs in a pedagogical context will not facilitate learning how designs are generated. Architectural researchers have acknowledged and addressed this limitation by breaking down these black boxes into discrete steps that permit the users to intervene in the generative AI process to realign the results with the real world in an approach that they call gray boxing. Now, in their endeavor to address the dissonance between prevailing architectural methods and the environment, the architectural scholars Akim Menges and Thomas Wortman describe multiple projects integrating AI algorithms with, quote, fleets of robot learning agents, executing a flexible process where the design and materialization emerge together from a bottom-up self-organizing process driven by material feedback. The resulting distributed cyber-physical systems are not trained using datasets of static images, but in dynamic virtual environments simulating the physical behaviors of materials. However, as sophisticated as these technical developments are, they alone are insufficient to create what Menges and Wortman call a much-needed alternative material culture for architecture, without an accompanying change in, to quote Moore, our conceptual and epistemological models for how we relate to nature. So now the last part of my argument is that something called making grammars could be one possible contender for such a framework. So again, coming back to Tim Ingold, Ingold describes an alternative to hylomorphic designing where form is determined by how many minutes? Done? Okay. A confluence of forces and materials rather than as a transposition from image to object that results in a relationship between an individual and the world, quote, not to describe the world or to represent it, but to open up our perception to what is going on there so that we in turn can respond to it. Ingold terms this back and forth bottom-up process making. He uses the word making for this process. Building on Ingold's idea of making, the design and computation scholars Terry Knight and George Steiny articulate the concept of making grammars. Unlike existing hylomorphic frameworks of design computation, in a previous paper, I show how making grammars explicitly include the exchanges of material and energy between a computational system and its environment. Computations, which are the processing of information, the creation of knowledge, and the construction of artifacts, therefore go from being closed systems to open systems that can exchange material and energy with their surroundings. The resulting making computations comprise steps identifying the tools and materials needed for their execution and the steps for computational agents to perceive and act on their environments. And building on the work of George Steiny, another paper which I had written demonstrates that for each Turing machine, a making grammar can be devised which simulates. That means so it's mathematically kind of founded. It's not so now I'll just go quickly to two examples. I think I will focus on only the pedagogical example for the sake of time. So this pedagogical example involved a 2-week module within a semester-long course on representation for first-year students of architecture, interior design, and environmental design at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture in the fall semester of 2022. While the course was co-taught by multiple faculty members, I was responsible for developing this particular 2-week module. This module applied concepts from ecological psychology to use making grammars as a tool of autoethnography of drawing. The students were asked to introspect and devise a set of rules depicting how they perceived an object and then transform that perception into plans, into drafted plans and elevations. Now, the students then noted down the sequence of rules applied to develop the sequence of these rules that they use to describe a recipe for how they basically the steps for how they went about drawing an object, making plans and elevations of an object. And so this involved rules for how to select materials from what they had around them in the studio, how they held the object that they were drawing, how they what aspects of it they viewed, how they turned it around to find where the edges are or where it was curving, where it was flat, and then how they translated those observations of the object's affordances into projective drawing, and so how edges became lines, how corners became points, and so on. So this is just an example of how this was an attempt to basically open up even the mind as a black box, so that they were forced to introspect, just as we need to open up AI black boxes to scrutiny. So thank you.
Is that enough for your presentation? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ayod. So we'll go to the next participant. Please, I request all the audience members to just post if they have any queries or questions at the question answer box below, please. So next up is Professor Manoj Molagamudi. He is an assistant professor with the RV University School of Design and Innovation. And he will be presenting the paper titled Evaluating Connectivism to Bridge Design Education and Digital Pedagogies for Transformative Learning Experiences.
Professor Manoj, I request you to switch on your camera.
This one. My name is Manoj. I am an assistant professor in School of Design and Innovation, and also I am a PhD scholar at IDC, IIT Bombay. My title, the title I chose was Evaluating Connectivism to Bridge Design Education and Digital Pedagogies for Transformative Learning Experiences. See, the first question that brought to me is like, where did the digital intervention started? Like when we talk about students, so students, they have been students from the day they are born, or like are they when they entered into the classroom, right? So where it all starts. So So the developmental, if you look at the developmental life cycle of a child, so they start from 0, 1 to like till they graduate out of the colleges, and they are lifelong learners as well. So the first intervention of the digital devices, say for example mobile devices, can we can consider that it all starts at the birth, like when the mother or she wants to introduce a baby to the to all the other family members, they make a call and they show, and this is where the reception starts. The kid is receptive to the mobile phone. That's where the first intervention we can consider happens, and slowly as they grow and the devices also changes, as their preferences also changes, it all reintroduce them to a kind of music, lullabies, to pacify them for certain things, right? And as they grow, they are more addicted towards it, and they start learning on different levels. So preschool, again, the devices vary in size, and the information also varies in size. Okay, and as they enter into the schools, again, now they are into a mainstream digital learning experiences, right? So at what stage is digitizing starting? Is it at this stage? No, actually, it starts at the womb. This is where the new generation is starting. They are the baby starts listening from the age of 18 weeks of their pregnancy, and the kid tries to understand from the 27 to 29 weeks. Okay, we are trying to digitize them at the very early ages of stages of their formation, right? So as the kid grows, there are certain needs that are need to be catered. One is like physical, social, emotional, intellectual, and language skills, and at different stages these are being catered. When we look at our generation, like if we go back, we have limited resources when it comes to digital penetration. So our exposure to digital devices has been at a very later stages. And when we compare with the current generation, it starts at the very early stages. So they have been using these devices, like the digital devices, for the development in different stages, for emotional or physical or intellectual or language development skills. So, for example, if you look at Duolingo as a language development skill, that the kids doesn't need instructor or a school to start learning their languages. It's their preferences. Okay. So the digital device, if you look at some of the statistics, the exposure to or to the digital devices starts at a very early age. There are 31% from 0 to 2 years, and 3 to 4 years, it is 29. So all put together, it is around 60% they are exposed. By the age of 4 years, they're almost exposed to the mobile devices, digital environment. And if you look at this graph, again, the television exposure is almost like 88%. We keep, in Indian context, like many of us, keep the baby in front of the TV, and then even though we don't know whether they are looking at it or not, but they keep the babies there, and then we do our work, right? Or we give our mobile devices and play some music, and they go for some work. Or so when we give the mobile devices, there is a kind of, when the TikTok came, for example, there is a scrolling, there is shorts that happen. So the kids were used to this scrolling. There is an easy way of information gaining, right? So the devices, the digital devices, has penetrated into our the kids' life. Okay, so there are on the we can also consider, as we have this BC and AD. Now the kids also have a BC and AD before corona and after the device, after the disease. Okay, I got this from some article, so it's not my own creative this thing. So before the coronavirus, like they're all stuck to the classroom. There is a structured method, which is semesters, trimesters, and lectures and exams and all, and day classes. And this is the way that they used to be. And during the corona, and their pattern changed. They are forced to get into the digital framework. digital learning. And after the disease, they're now like for 3 years they have been digitized. Now it's like when we wanted to take away the digitalness from them, it is kind of a rejection that is happening, right? So they are more or less used to the digitized platforms. Okay. So what is the best approach to teach design in digital generation? So it's all, they're all digital now. Okay. So as we understand, there are three kinds of pedagogical approaches. There is instructivism, there is constructivism, and connectivism. Right. So instructivism focuses on knowledge transfer from an expert. Constructivism is a self-discovery from different sources of information, mediums, and connectivism is network learning. It can be peered, it can be from it. It actually broken the boundaries, right? So I wanted to take it back to, if you look at the earliest known virtual learning period, the documented kind of, we can date it back to Mahabharata. I can take it to the three main characters to explain the approach of these three. One is Arjuna, Ekalavya, and Abhimanyu. These are the most famous characters in Mahabharata. Okay. So Arjuna his approach was more or less instructive based. His approach was more like a teacher driven approach. He learned well, right? So he had direct instructions. He had all the necessary things. But there is a limitation to this kind of an approach because it led to human bias, and it also led to a lot of inequality. There are very few people who have the access to the best of the knowledge, right? So then comes the Ekalavya approach, which is like we can call it constructivism or student-centered, right? So this approach this is where we can think that the virtual learning started, right? So he has a this approach is like anyone, anytime, anywhere, any content, and any platform. This is the approach, right? So technology has become a great leveler in terms. It broken the barriers, caste, religion, gender, financial status, ability to understand, because everybody different people have different abilities to understand a particular concept. In this case, where when the technology becomes a leveler, so they can, at their convenience, they can look into different sources and become expert in their subject. So anytime, so they have different resources online which are available, like MOOCs, TED Talks, YouTube, and other things, right? So any content, so they can start from very basic, and they can also go to an expert level. If they feel that I'm done with the basics, I don't want, so I have to go back, I have to go to the next level, then they can go with. So there is no limitation. They don't have to go to college, write an exam. So any platform, there is no size limitation. Size doesn't matter here. So they can learn anywhere at any time. Okay. So coming back to the next approach is connectivism. It's an approach of Abhimanyu we can talk about. Why I called connectivism is Abhimanyu is like Abhimanyu learned. I think many of us know the story of Abhimanyu. He died in Kurukshetra, and he was the youngest person who can get into the Padma view of the Kurukshetra war, and he died in the Kurukshetra. So he learned the Padma view when he was in the womb of the mother. So that's the first virtual learning that happened. Okay. So there is the inference from this is that, half knowledge is always dangerous, because Abhimanyu knew how to enter the Kurukshetra, but he didn't knew how to come out, because by the time Arjuna was about to give him the strategy of coming out of the Padma view, he was taken away. There are different stories. One is his mother, like his wife, Subhadra fell asleep, or Sri Krishna came and took Arjuna away so that he was not able to listen to the complete strategy. Okay. The thing is here, so again, connectivism is dangerous if you don't proofread it. I mean, or if you don't get the complete understanding of a particular concept. So, so I was trying to evaluate the 5 E's like engage, explore, explain, elaborate, evaluate approaches among these 3 philosophies. And yeah, so I will be updating it. I'm still doing it. So I want to close this presentation by a quote. A naval paradigm confronts the established one and risk failure. Yet it is evolves, it incorporates elements of the old paradigm, growing into something so substantial that failure becomes improbable. This progression ultimately leads to a paradigm shift. So we are at the paradigm shift. And I think the digital age has come, and we as a generation or the future generations are going to pick up the digitized pedagogies for their future generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Manoj. Just want to reiterate that please put down your questions on the question answer panel if you have something. Even if you have remarks, you can put them down. Moving on to our next and the last presenter for this particular part of the session, Professor Sujan Ghosh. He is an assistant professor with the School of Design and Innovation at RV University, and he would be presenting a paper titled Crafting the Future, Form Development in Designed Education. Over to you, Professor Sujan. Just for all the participants here and the audience here, also kind of reminding you after the lunch break, which is from 1 to 2, we will be having a panel discussion, which is going to be led by Professor Rajavel Manoharan and Professor Kalyani, both from the School of Design and Innovation at RV University. And further to that, we'll have a keynote closure discussion by Professor Anne Garnier. So please stay on with us till the end of the sessions.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Sujan Ghosh. I teach at RV University, and my topic is crafting the future, form development in design education. So here basically I will be talking about one of the courses that I had taken up on form development, where the form development, what is the form development? It's a course that explores the abstract visual relationships for creating art and design by introducing design principles and manipulation of forms. So, so here, when we talk about the design principles, it's your proportions, your contrast, your balance of directional forces, the design relationship of unity and harmony, and creativity. So in this course, we first start off, we take up a theme, and students are kind of working with the abstract composition with clay, and then they kind of extract elements from there. I mean, the dominant, subdominant, and subordinate forms, which are like kind of 3 elements. And then they try to see, like they kind of do a lot of iterations with it, where they're kind of trying to see how these 3 forms fit together, and through different principles of iteration with wedging, crafting, and piercing techniques. And this module is about 40 hours in its time frame. But then, and this is where a lot of iteration happens, which Professor Badri was also talking about, where iteration is a very important part of the creative process. So here, but when we're doing this work, I mean, in this 40 hours, we spend about 10 hours in this process where you're doing your iterations, where you're creating the mold for the gypsum casting. And the second process over here is you finally, out of all the iterations, you find some one of the final elements which you kind of finalize on, and then you create a mold for the casting. So this is the process where the casting happens, and then after that, the carving, scraping, sanding, drilling, cutting of to achieve this precision. This takes a good close to about almost 30 hours of their time. So now at this point, and then this is the final output, which is form development. If you look at it, I mean, it was kind of conceptualized by, I mean, at least we have taken it from Rovina Reed's Elements of Design book. And then from there, we have started working on it. But if we look at it, I mean, this was kind of conceptualized somewhere in the 1940s. And across most of the design school, this, yeah, we use clay, we use plaster of Paris, we use pencil as a medium to iterate. But then after that, at this junction, we like after means at this point where traditional approaches instill deep appreciation for craftsmanship, precision of grounding us in principles of form development, connecting the creators through hands-on exploration, through this tactile and iterative process. But in this era of digital transformation, we find ourselves at a crossroads of the traditional and innovation. The advancement in digital technology and tools amplify our capabilities by enabling us to explore and experiment in innovative ways. So here, there are a lot of other possibilities that we can bring in. So when I talk about the iteration, so at that junction, when we are working with clay, we talk about it as a 3D sketching. That's what Rovina Reed says, that it's like it's like 3D sketching, where you're not like really looking at how you're not looking at the preciseness of the form. Even what Badri sir was talking about, when you kind of very lucidly start drawing on the sheets without thinking of it to be the final prototype. So at this stage, can rapid iteration with real-time feedback, can we fit into this space? I mean, there are two places that I'm looking at. One is where the rapid iteration with the clay, and the second part is once you have finalized, say you have worked with the gypsum, you've done the final casting, you've done the polishing, you've done all of it. But after that, what I mean, you've spent quite a significant amount of time spending and doing that work. But at that point, is it possible that you can, through through 3D modeling or other digital tools, that even at that stage you can look at multiple iterations? You can play with the speciality of it, and the scale of it. The yeah, you could possibly, if you look at the work earlier, over here, these are white cubes. I mean, there is possibility of even playing with different material, texture. So it kind of opens up a different playground altogether. So that is one. And then plaster of Paris by itself, I feel that it's a very unsustainable material. And if you look at the image earlier to this, I mean, the student who is working, I mean, like she's almost completely filled with this plaster of Paris dust. So I mean, can we look at it as an alternative is what I'm questioning here. And the other thing is, we look at with time. I think Ayodh had also spoken about it in one of his earlier papers about this haptic interface, where like how you kind of, the whole idea of touch and feel. With time, virtual reality is becoming like more and more. I mean, when say Professor Badri was talking about, you can use pen, pencil, and also along with it, you can use iPad. I mean, he was very specific about using pen, pencil, and iPad and not other materials, because iPad closely replicates how you draw. So that idea of like how you use these new technologies, I mean, they're more and more you can almost sense the tactility within this virtual space or the digital space. That is something that we could possibly explore as a facilitator. So here, this is one of those images. I mean, this is one of a stock image though. But then here also, I mean, if you look at it, this image kind of talks about the possibilities of how we could explore form development to a further stage. And yeah, so this is Hoffenblatt and Balakrishnan. They are working on this VR space. So here also, he talks about this whole idea of how you kind of the spatial dynamics and aesthetics of element within a given space. So when you're kind of working with 3D form, I mean, when you're working with this form development object, you're kind of restricted to a particular scale. You're looking within that surface, but then over here you can kind of feel, I mean, you can scale it up to real life size, and you can kind of work along that surface. So that is something that we could possibly look at. And so here, we're over here, we kind of look at the factors to consider. Like, one is that you have diverse digital literacy over here, because like students come from various background, and you don't have people who have some of them are very well digitally equipped, like Professor Shekhar was just talking about. And then you have students who are also who do not have these kind of accesses, and it also for them it takes a little more time to kind of work on digital literacy. And you have a cognitive load, that is you have a lot of these apps which kind of start building up. I mean, like there are different ways and interfaces that you kind of play with, but it also becomes very difficult. I mean, today I might know Pinterest, you might know LinkedIn, there's somebody else who might know some other app. There are multiple apps, but then there is a way how they all kind of correlate, and there's a kind of connection that happens. So that is something that we need to look at. I mean, even within a 3D space, you have different 3D softwares, and how they kind of multiply interact with each other. How can you make it how can you make the interaction a little more easier for students to kind of it should not become a cognitive load to them. So that is some space that we can look at. Then you have your that's one thing. So this is one of the methods that I thought of, where in the form development course, where you introduce the student to the subject and abstract the conception. And then in the process, it's basically it's a hybrid mode where you allow the students to either do it physically, or you get into the digital realm. And in the process, they're also learning from each other. So there's a peer learning which is happening. And yeah. So, and then how many more iterations you kind of look at the kind of iterations that is happening. And then finally, they move to the abstract cuboid, which they're working on. And then again, at the second phase, this is the phase, the first phase is where they're working with the clay actually. And in the second phase, it's when they're using the gypsum model. So here also, you do the physical drawings on a parallel space, and there are students who are comfortable with the digital realm. So they're kind of working in the 3D space and, learn from each other. Rather, you have this sense of diversity where you're kind of learning from each other. And then finally, so when we're doing this, one thing that we have to be we're looking at the learning objectives of this. So here we're primarily focusing on the design principles. So whether they use the 2D material, I mean the physical material, or the 3D space, the objective is the same. So here, without changing the objective, how do we kind of work on the collaboration? And your evaluation parameters are creativity, engagement, understanding, the effectiveness, and the application of it. So when I talk about, so this is one of the images which I had taken of students who were kind of playing with certain games within their classroom setup, somewhere in the lunchtime. So, this is a space where we can, I mean, like the sense of, is there a possibility that through digital tools or applications, can we introduce learning in this particular mode where we are not there, and it kind of it becomes more engaging. And so you have your micro learning. Some of the strategies that we are looking at is the micro learning teaching techniques, where you kind of deliver bite-sized content that is easily digestible and engaged for students. What I mean by this is, like, you have a lot of, I mean, certain times certain softwares are cognitive heavy also. So is there a process where you design assignments which kind of, like, maybe tomorrow they learn one part of it, and day after they learn another part of it in small modules, and in the process collectively across various courses, and then collectively kind of work on a final output. Huh? And then you have your immersive learning experiences technologies, where using technologies like augmented reality, virtual reality can provide students with unique and interactive learning experience. Flipped classroom model, where students with the opportunity to apply theoretical concepts learned outside the classroom to practical from development projects during class sessions. So a lot of these softwares or digital tools are uh, students go to YouTube and various other platforms. They learn from there, they come back, and in the process, they're also, there are a lot of things that we learn from them instead. It's like a shared module that we are working with, and the gamification is what this image was talking about. So over here, the pedagogical strategies are self-organizing learning environment where students take ownership of their leadership process and collaborate with peers to explore from form development concepts. Students are encouraged to engage in self-dedicated learning activities related to form development, fostering creativity and problem solving, and digital collaboration and feedback, where fostering among students by using online platforms for sharing ideas and providing feedback, and collaborating on form development projects, and implementing digital tools that enable real-time feedback from on form design, allowing students to iterate rapidly and improve their creations based on constructive criticism. All right. And here, so basically here I'm kind of proposing a blended learning approach where digital tools can complement the traditional teaching methods. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sujan. Thank you to all the speakers of this particular panel. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. All right. So for this particular part of the session, themed crafting design. So we have looked at like design and the approaches of pedagogy towards design. So when we design, or we kind of look at it as an act or sort of a process. All right, sorry. So when we look at design as an act or a sort of a process that we do, or sort of a tool sometimes that we use, we and the end outcome is in a lot of cases tangible in nature, and it is driven by material, and it is driven by how we interact with the material. So there is technology involved, there is also craftsmanship involved, there is also artisanship, and sometimes the outcome is more like an artifact than a solution. So it could be either of that. So in this sort of session, we have seen three very like sort of interesting and somewhere diverse and either overlapping also pedagogic perspectives or strategies rather, um, involving workmanship and the context or the juncture of the digital, and how each speaker has presented and interacted with that within their sort of pedagogic sort of spaces. Um, this another point which kind of comes out is the context of materiality, or the relationship of how you are kind of interacting with a material, or how you are planning a material. Uh, so there is somewhere a sort of a engagement with digital also, and the physical material also, as a tool, or sometimes is also a medium. So this is another provocation of thought from three different sort of perspectives. Again, pedagogic in nature. The other point is augmentation, and how we understand augmentation of the material in the digital space, and how we envision it from the mind, and how we look at it as a visual and consume it as a visual also sometimes. And there is a whole factor of making of this digital, which is also coming out through Professor Dr. Ayod's context of the making grammar, and the digital tools somewhere like as part of the learner. We are interacting with the digital tools as a learner and also an educator at the same time. So variety of perspectives on this, and there is a lot of technicality, I'm sure, within each speaker's context that is given. I would open up the session for discussions and questions. If you have questions, please put them across.
So Dr. Iyer, I I mean, it's more like a clarifying question. Why would one be creating grammars about how the AI is working when we started with understanding the grammar of handwork? We took it to that space. Why are we coming back in order to understand what's happening there? Don't we already, I mean, didn't we create that because we have a handwork space, and we have now a large language model that is jumping steps for us? But cannot the student always go back to the handwork in order to understand process? Why are we figuring out the grammar of what the Hylamov tray is doing?
That's something I keep asking myself also, like, why am I doing this? So uh, the pedagogically in the exercise that I did with the students, one of the reasons was to uh, sensitize the students to the idea that that of a kind of continuum between analog and digital, and that they're not two distinct, separate things, but that we can view what we think of as analog processes digitally, and we can situate digital processes in an analog world, and to sensitize them to the possibility of the back end, the sort of spectrum along which that these things lie, and they're not a binary between two sort of that was one reason. The other is also to some extent to help students, or to inculcate an idea that students to encourage students to constantly introspect about and be aware of what it is that they are doing, starting with something as simple as learning projection drawing and learning plans and elevations, and with the hope that they would take those ideas into their later design studios so that their own design their own design gestures or whatever, or design actions or whatever you want to call them, are not black boxes for themselves, but they can begin to introspect about, okay, why did I do that? What prompted me to design this in this way? And so those were sort of, yes. So those were the sort of two, which could then be a skill that they also carry while they, let's say, use a large language model or an image generation thing. Then so they can, and so that they're constantly trying to pry open these black boxes, and that was basically the reason.
Hi, thank you all for your presentations. It was great. I have an open question to, I suppose, to all the presenters. At what point does making digital become craft? Not everything digital is craft. At what point does it become craft? And does it require the presence of a body for it to become, or what kind of a body is required in order to qualify that as craft? And how do you measure that? So it's just a kind of an open-ended question. Anybody can respond to that. Not everything digital is craft, but some things digital are craft, and how do you qualify that? Do you want to answer?
Just a quick, again, there'd be as many answers as there are definitions of craft. So but the person I find most useful for this is David Pye, who's, so in his differentiation between workmanship of certainty and workmanship of risk, and anywhere that there is a workmanship of risk, if one considers that to be craft, then even prompt engineering becomes a craft, because you never know exactly what the AI is going to throw up. So that could be one way to look at it.
Yeah, I just wanted to know a little bit about the idea of risk, and if any of the participants, any of the, anybody in the panel wanted to just reflect on that. If Ayod's kind of offered his definition of what craft is. If other speakers wanted to just reflect on that as to how do you position craft, and how do you, because a hand is so important in design, and then we've been talking about the human hand. Richard Sennett, I'm sure you're aware of the idea of craftsmanship. And these are such romanticized ideas about the agency of the hand, but there's also the digital presence, and we call it the embodied digital presence. And I was just wondering if any of the the speakers wanted to reflect a little bit more about that.
Maybe it's my understanding of the craft where the body and mind is involved in a creative process. So it can be a digital medium or it can be a physical medium. So I feel that a craft is related to both, like as long as the creativity is involved in it.
I would like to quote Professor Anuradha itself. Once in the interaction, you had spoken about how the whole idea of resistance is is craft. Yeah.
Is there a way of kind of, if did I would want to reflect on that, this idea of making involves transforming, which involves resistance, and a thing doesn't transform itself unless you engage with it, and so there is and it resists. It doesn't automatically give to the way you shape, and that's craft. And I think again, maybe probably taking from David Pye and sort of early 20th century kind of debates on craftsmanship. And I wanted to maybe just kind of ask you a little bit about this idea of the digital resistance when you're working in the digital realm.
Since the theme is AI, what just popped into my head was all the back end fine tuning that a lot of these companies had to do before they could have viable products, in terms even in large language models where they were trained on basically reams of Reddit comments, and then the large language models were spewing misogynist, racist stuff, and then humans had to go and intervene. And so the product that we see is crafted, and that the algorithm itself, based on what it was trained on, was resisting ideas of decency, of morality, whatever that we seem to have. And so resistance, I mean, so in that sense, even the algorithm can resist, especially when it's a machine learning algorithm and not where the algorithm itself is refining itself iteratively without the direct intervention of humans. And then the outputs need not be what we want or expect. So resistance can happen at multiple levels, all the way from the literal resistance of uh, capacitors to electrons. So, I mean, it depends. You can think of it in.
Just to add, what I feel is like the resistance happens when you are very conscious about what you are doing, and we are not very conscious. I think it goes in a flow, and when we are expecting some output, and okay. So the conscious process creates a resistance, and unconsciousness doesn't create resistance. So where you want to go is what is creating, whether you are the constant introspection of where you are going is trying kind of creating a resistance. I think that's where the craft is refined, when we have more resistance.
There is no, sorry, there's a question actually from one audience, very specifically for Dr. Kamath, uh, that if you can explain a bit.
Something related to the topic which we were discussing earlier. Is it okay to add?
All right, okay, you can go ahead.
So the question, the observation or question which Dr. Anuradha had shared, I would like to share a personal experience here. There, back when I was in Hyderabad, and we had this architecture and fine arts universities, both existing in the same campus. So there was a NAC visit, and we were designing a memento for giving it to them. And then I designed the memento in a software and printed that in the 3D printer in our lab. So the sculpture, it was a very miniature replica of the Charminar there, and it had very intricate details. So the sculpture department head was really intrigued by the details which were captured, because it was developed through a 3D printer, and to the extent that he said that it is probably impossible to manually do some of those details at that in that scale. So I feel that as long as we use these tools and AI and everything to help us getting to the product in a much more finer and more detailed way, and the thought process behind what we are going to do and stuff that goes into the mind of the creator, then I think it's a very collaborative way to look at it, where technology and AI would help us in getting to somewhere where you could otherwise, there are limitations to reach. So that was one of my experience with that. So I just wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Srishti Srivastava. I'll just kind of put this question across, which we just was speaking about. Dr. Kamath, if you can explain a bit more on the student assignment that you shared with us and the outcomes in the context of non-hylomorphic framework. So one of our audience wants.
The idea again, the idea was basically again to sensitize students to the idea that the drawing doesn't that they're drawing, let's say, off, if they were drawing this bottle, let's say, that drawing doesn't necessarily emerge from their mind or purely from vision, but uh arises through multiple processes of perception. And so to break the idea that drawing comes only from the mind and has to then be imposed on the material. And like the previous person who's described the 3D printing, the art, their digital tools a lot of times they aim to remove resistance. And so that I don't know which kind of printer it was or whatever, but whatever it was, that was much less resistant than ordinary non-digital sculpting materials, I suppose, in that sense. So, so again, it was basically to break the idea that drawing involves only the imposition of something that comes from the mind into the world, but that it is a back and forth process. And just to reiterate the point, or a point from my presentation, which is that because as of now, humanity as a whole seems to be encountering a lot of resistance from the environment in the form of climate change and various ecological disasters and things that we're seeing. And that can be could be one way to trace it back is to say that the idea that one can freely impose things from the mind onto the world is no longer a viable way of operating.
Thank you for your answer. One last question that we can pick up before we close for lunch. Anybody in the online audience also can participate, or any observations or anything that you want to put across?
Just an observation or a small query to, when you spoke about from Aristotle to AI, Eisenman was missing, and I think he's an important reference. Eisenman. I felt that he's an important reference.
In what way? Like specifically, again, because that's why I kind of I put a caveat of fragmentary history. So,
Okay.
But yeah, so if you could
Deconstructivism
know in terms of how that, because this is something that I'm still sort of building even in my own mind, not familiar with. There are large chunks.
But for one, Eisenman also borrows, I believe, from linguistic theory.
Mhm.
And I think deconstructivist theory itself is, I think, an important contributor to what you're trying to address.
So this actually, this session concludes all the presentations for our symposium for digital pedagogies in design education. So thanks to all actually the participants, the speakers, the audience, everyone for very engaging discussions and participation and listening in with us. So now we're going to take a lunch break for an hour from 1 to 2 o'clock. And after we come back, we have panel discussion coming up and a closure keynote session with Professor Anne Garnier. So please stay back with us and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll start now. Good afternoon, everyone, and sorry for the delay. We are starting with a panel discussion. The discussion is going to be based on the papers that we heard, but not just restricted to that. We'll be discussing some of the themes that has evolved around digital pedagogy in digital design education. I request the panelists to quickly introduce themselves, and then we'll get into some of the themes that has emerged in the symposium, the last 6 sessions. To introduce myself, I am Rajavel, Associate Dean and Director of User Experience Program at School of Design and Innovation at RV University, Bangalore. And with me, I have Professor Kalyani, who will be my co-moderator of this panel. Professor Kalyani.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. So we would start with the opening remarks. I would like to welcome all the discussants for the panel discussion. So we have Sudhakar Damodara Swami, Program Director for product design and transdisciplinary context. Then we have Agnishika Chaudhary, Program Director for Interior Environment. We have Monica Bijlani, Program Director for Communication and New Media. We have Gaurav Sharma, Program Convener for BDIS Transdisciplinary Context. We have Sutirtha De, Program Convener for PG Diploma, Design Journalism. Then we have Kunal Datta with us, Associate Professor. So I would like all the discussants to start with the opening remarks, and we would like to keep it short for 1 minute, and then we'll go with the next step. Yes, welcome you all. Thank you. Can I ask Professor Sudhakar to start the opening remarks, and then we'll go with the next person?
So I can begin. This is
Sure.
Abhishek. Yeah. So I think it's been a very interesting 2 days because it's the academics nature of the symposium has really kind of entered into our lives because it is about design education and it affects us every day. The parts that really interested me and that I thought about a lot were this idea of the anxieties around whether students will lose skills in the digital world, whether we are de-skilling ourselves by being so reliant upon the mechanistic part of our life being taken over. So the mechanical tasks being taken over, that was one. And the other is always this notion of, especially with Lena Vincent's talk, this idea of how we can use the digital in a way that allows information to be shared among larger groups of people. And the idea, and always the question for me arises, we talk about the digital as a kind of great leveler, but what about caste? What about economics? What about the privilege of access to the digital? Because sometimes, just as we began today, you might have access, but you can't speak to someone because you don't have a good enough connection, or you don't have the money for that, or you don't, So it's a far cry from 20 years ago. I'm traveling by a train and I meet a young man on the train who is actually moving from one station to another in order to go to an internet cafe. But where are we in terms of the true nature of making it equitable? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Continuing on that note, can I ask now Professor Gaurav to continue on that?
Thank you, Professor Kalyan, for this. It was a quite engaging, I would say, symposium for us, and quite a lot in terms of eye opener also. So for me, particularly when I see it from the perspective of learning, and we have spoken in depth with a lot of examples about learning, and learning doesn't have any kind of boundaries, what I understand. And with all of these information which is available to the larger amount of people with accessibility, that what Agnishika also just mentioned about that accessibility is one of those core aspects. Here also, what I have understood, or how I would like to take it ahead with respect to the available information, that how do you channelize that information into the right constructive ways for your own learning is one of the challenges, or one of the questions which I would like to ask myself, as well as I would like to ask all the learners also to see it from perspective. Though like maybe they would be within institutional constraints, or maybe they are doing it for upskilling themselves, that how do they understand this information which is available. Second thing which came to me as a very well informed, I would say, detail, I would say in that manner, about the virtual mentorship. For the mentorship part, all this while we have been seeing tutors, the teachers, we call them teachers and faculties, versus I would call, like, we have been practicing. I think that in design, most of the time we have been, I would quoting teachers as mentors, because they are not trying to impose on you what you should do as per the textbooks and all. They are opening up your mind to understand that what is good for you to learn for your practice, for your own practice. So that virtual mentorships opens up I would say, a lot of options that I can go to an academic. I can always approach to a practitioners who has learned and built his knowledge base from his own experiments. So in that situation, and with the technological intervention, all of this is accessible to a larger, I would say, a larger part of the society. What we need to work on probably at this level would be that how this accessibility needs to be, as well as the language that I myself also feel a lot of times about the academic language and the practitioner's language. How do we actually bridge them so that that understanding for impact is escalated? So yeah, that's my takeaway from these 2 days. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Gaurav. Professor Monica, can I ask you to share your views now? Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Kalyani. What I particularly kind of focused on during these 2 days of our symposium, research symposium, was how the technology would be ever evolving, right? So how not to get overwhelmed by it, be as a facilitator, as a teacher, as an educator, or be as a learner, but how to be able to be open to the idea, firstly, that it is technology, innovation is happening, it would evolve, and to not kind of let it make you anxious, but kind of aid you in what you're doing. So, firstly, be open to the idea of getting yourself well versed if with the technology that is happening, not everything that is, of course, going on, but what is relevant to you and your practice, and to then to use it to your advantage in terms of increasing accuracy about what you're trying to deliver, or the details that you're trying to capture, or be it in terms of making things or making products, that how it can be based on a certain level of informed and kind of information, and kind of which is quite relevant to what you're doing. So how to use it to increase, like we were discussing yesterday, to increase productivity, but not let it kind of take over entirely of what you're doing. So there should be a strong base, and that is very, very required, that be it as a learner or as an educator, that you have a strong base of your skills, and which are the core skills, right? Which are the things that kind of help you in achieving what you have to. Technology would evolve and would keep, so don't let it kind of overtake or take over whatever you've been doing, but kind of use it to your advantage or to the advantage of the work that you're doing, so that it kind of helps in progressing at a much faster rate. And also how to be kind of ethical about it, right? So it's, how to use it in a way so that it's kind of more as a kind of supports you, but not kind of entirely is a work that is kind of dependent on artificial intelligence or the tools around you. But the main core is yours, and these are just tools to kind of help you in getting to the result faster and in a more accurate manner. So that's something that, as an educator, that how to make students, firstly, they need to be kind of be open to the idea that the education, the learning would not end at the end of the undergrad program or the postgraduate program. They have to be kind of keep learning, and to not get overwhelmed by the new things that are introduced, so that the base, we need to develop a very strong base for them. So that's something that is kind of important, that not just as an educator, but the students also kind of are open to the idea and are not overwhelmed by it. So that's something, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Karan.
Yes, thank you all for the opening remarks. So now we'll go to the next session.
Professor Kalyani, I have.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, please continue.
For me, the discourse of the 2 days predominantly spoke about, I think, the possibilities. I think this. So overall, there's a positive leaning in terms of the possibilities that the intervention with digital technologies can afford. I think a lot of disparate connections were made between the affordances of digital technology and what it can deliver, and with the other theories and context of use and new typologies in some instances. I got the sense that the developments will be predominantly bottom up. So adaptability becomes a key concern. I think that's conclusion that I think I'm deriving from the discourse of the past 2 days. And there is also the consensus that a certain fluency is called for, and I think that has to be addressed proactively by educators in terms of gaining this fluency to adaptively and constructively use what is out there and offer.
Thank you. So before we close, I would also request Professor Kunal and Sudhirta to go ahead and then share the opening views. Yes, Professor Kunal.
Yeah, okay. So I have a very small remark to make in this also, to kind of also be conscious of the time that we have. I feel that across the past 2 days, of course, we have had various perspectives on technology and its interaction and engagement with design education. And I think the addressal of the whole, like the umbrella of the symposium is very well done by all our presenters. The different avatars that technology and digital is going to take from starting being a tool to actually being an entity by itself. And these roles are very diverse, and they're roles which we will understand in the near future. It will evolve in the future along with us. So like Professor Sudhakar just said, adaptability is a very, very key factor within this. And I think it's very important as maybe I mean, for myself as an educator, to understand how this comes into a traditional like a form as institution, as we know it, as how we will know it in the future. So what becomes an institution in the future? Are there people? Are there knowledge? Archives? Is digital a tool, or digital an enabler, or digital a facilitator? Who is who? So this sort of changing of roles and this sort of really sort of abstract roles that are emerging is going to be very interesting to kind of work with and engage with. So that's my takeaway from this at the moment.
Thank you. Yes, Professor Sudhirta.
Hello. Hello. I'll just keep it brief because most of the points have been addressed. I'd just like to add in a little thought, like with the idea of like when we were talking about, from pencil, from Professor Srinivasan's talk, and then the idea of digital as the medium for digital pedagogy. So there is nothing with an idea, I would say. I mean, the most important thing what I see is that there is change. There is no concept of perfection, because if there was perfection, we wouldn't have needed any change. It would have been there. So as Professor Sudhakar said and Kunal said, that the adaptability and the multidimensional role of digital. So we need to morph and adapt to the changing times, depending on what kind of role we are involving the digital medium to, and also respecting the traditional things, and blending in the right way to in reference to the context we are going to use it. But again, as I would say, there is no optimal mix, because that scene is always very dynamic. So you'll have to kind of adapt and learn. And also in the process, we are also learning as facilitators to learning. So that is what I would likely wanted to mention here in this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the opening views. Now we'll go to the next session, as mentioned earlier. So we saw that there were 6 emerging themes, which came from the thought-provoking session on day 1 and day 2. So I would want to know, do you also resonate with that? So starting with Professor Sudhirta, so do you resonate with perfection?
As I said, resonating with perfection, like what define perfection, like what is your idea of perfection? And as we say, as we are also, as humans, we are also evolving in our own practices, in our own belief systems, everything. So the idea of perfection also shifts. And sometimes we are more result oriented, sometimes we are a little spiritually bent. So all this mixes as on that particular day keeps it very dynamic. And if it is perfect, then why is it changing? That's my question that comes to my mind. And I would like to ask your views on all of your views on this. Like, why do we need change? And if there is perfection. So I personally think perfection is somewhat of an illusion, but yeah, it's a benchmark to, make yourself a little better than what you were yesterday. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
Professor Agnishika, would you like to add on to that?
Yeah, I think Professor Sudhita is playing it safe. I'm not sure that there is any perfection. And what is this illusion? I mean, it's an illusion. But more than that, what are we talking about when we talk about perfection? We have a certain makers, I think it's this designer, creatives obsession with having the perfect artwork, having the perfect painting. I mean, it's when you look at Pygmalion or you look at this idea of creating something that goes so perfect that it develops life of its own. I think we continue to play this game, and I was wondering, no perfection. What if this is perfection? What if where we are is perfection? Can we reset those boundaries of what we think is perfect? The digital offers this kind of fake. It offers a fake sense of clean and simple and clean lines. I mean, even if you were to make a 3D model of an object, when you actually produce it, it doesn't look like that. So what is the notion of perfection? I think that is a human obsession, and it doesn't have, we're just hoping that the digital will take care of it for us. So that's my thought on it.
Thank you.
I just want to add one thought that springs to mind right now. Are we perhaps confusing precision with perfection?
Sorry, we couldn't.
Can you tell again, please, Professor Sudhakar? I didn't hear you.
No, the thought just occurred to me about whether if perhaps we are confusing perfection with precision.
I just wanted to add, I think, this idea, I mean, I'm a Ruskin scholar, and, Ruskin scholar, and he wrote about this fact that somehow there's a sense that, when he looked at the histories of Gothic and Renaissance architecture, he argued that Renaissance architecture was a lot more accurate, they had less variations as compared to Gothic. And he argued that somehow Gothic is more human and something that is more precise and much more even, and even the spaces between the columns and the way the ornamentation was done was a lot more machined, I think. So I think the core of the conversation about perfection goes to the core of humanity, because to be human is to be imperfect, I think. And I think it's not so much also just perfection and precision, but it's also the idea that somehow kind of embracing the digital. Somehow it seems that that automatically we are signing up for the ideal and not the non-ideal. I think so. I think these were some of the prompts I think we were thinking of while we were thinking of the points for the panel discussion. Were there any other points from any of the discussants that you wanted to add more to this prompt before we move on?
Just one point to add here, taking it very close to the classrooms. Sometimes the students are, chasing the perfection, and in that chase, they are worried about feedbacks. They're worried about iterations, and digital seems to give them that illusion of perfection, and that is something has to be Dr. Srinivasan's talk, where he talked about remove that fear, and that helps us
help the students, or give the students an environment where they can make that iterations, make that design process much more easy, so that they can make their mistakes, learn through it, and then reach somewhere close to where they want to go to.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I would like to invite Professor Gaurav now. So, would like to know your take on labor.
Oh, thank you. Labor, if we see from the learning aspects, I would like to share my own story actually, which will be an easier for all of us, or many of us who have gone through that era. So in our earlier times, when I underwent the design studies, the approach was learning by doing. And in a lot of minds, that was kind of an approach which was quite a lot labor intensive. Now, I would not say that that was because of the lack of technology which was available at that point of time. Probably, and I like to quote it from the perspective that once a person has undergone the entire process, so we still believe that it is about the process versus the end result, which is more important. Because if you see, there's a continuous evolution which is happening, and we are always trying to fit into the human-centered approaches. So we have to continuously keep on coming back to that and trying to address why any kind of a existence has to be there. So for that, there are a lot. With the time, the technology has come. Now, technology, as one of my colleagues have just mentioned, that it should be leveraging in terms of, it's an opportunity actually, that we can use the technology in terms of reducing that particular amount of time, which one would call it as a labor intensive. But I would see that if most of the things are being solved at a drawing board level, we have a chance to achieve those type of sustainable goals, where we are not only creating some kind of a designs which will sell better, but we are trying to create an kind of an environment for the people who are manufacturing, the users, as well as it is not going with respect to that, it is not, I would say, there is no kind of a profit over there. So that's how I would see that technology needs to be wisely used into the right place, and bringing in that type of a connection between the user and for that particular purpose for which that creativity is being applied. So yeah, that's how I would like to sum it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody would like to add on to that?
I'd like to add something. See, I think the whole idea of labor as being physical, right? Itself is, I think when we say it optimizes labor, right? And the fact that labor is perceived as physical. No, let me rephrase. I'm sorry. I think the technology is creating an illusion of reduction of labor, because I think labor. See, because we've seen the cycle of task artifact cycle, and this is another tool. And increasingly, we've built a certain complexity, right, and which has led to new artificial tasks being generated as natural tasks that we need to perform to exist. So I question the whole idea of whether this really does affect labor. It just enables labor, I guess.
Yes, thank you. Now we'll move on to the next one. I would like to invite Professor Sudhakar again on presence. So what's your take on presence?
See, the field of information technology, from its early evolutions, right? It's always borrowing from it's actually, see, when we say virtual, the virtual is a mirror of the real, right? And the field of information technology through its evolution, has always tried to find equivalence between the real and the virtual. So there is the coded real and practically everything that we do virtually, right? So when we talk about presence as a real thing, I think, there are enough references to the idea of presence and enough tangible, propositions for the idea of presence even in the virtual. So that has been a continuous thread. The presence is not being lost. And new ways of, recognition, the way we live, signs of our presence on how we interact, new modes of, communication, which is through, the personal presences, for instance, right? They are evolving, and it's just new forms. We're just evolving into new forms of presence. And because consciously, from its earlier days of evolution, right, like wayfinding was a principle from anthropology that was used consciously in the way in which we navigate the virtual systems, right? Or cherry picking as a behavioral and principle is used consciously in the digital world. So I think the presence will resolve itself. The idea of presence and being present to each other will resolve itself in this field. I don't think that's a big challenge. It will happen very naturally because foundationally presence has been built into the.
Thank you, Professor Sudhakar. Now I would like to hand it over to Professor Rajvel to continue the discussions with the discussants. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just one quick take on the presence. I would invite even others if they have a point on this. Presence, while I agree with Professor Sudhakar to an extent in the sense that there is always a parallel evolution, the virtual tries to imitate the real and so on and so forth. But I think that some of the notions that came during these papers also is that how well is that actually really enabling it, and what is that we are missing? It's not a matter of rejecting something, but I think we'll always have to be open to the point that presence is very different in virtual, and how do we really bring the human connect in the virtual? How does that presence happen? So it's a question I think I believe we are still struggling with, and probably things like maybe AR, VR, haptic, and some of those technologies may enable some of those things. But I think there is still some way to explore.
I just like to just add something here. Yes, I think having spoken about presence and the fact that I'm contending that presence will resolve itself, and it is right now working. I would say. But at the same time, yes, I think there are some negative sides to that. Okay? The fact that, the virtual space allows anonymity or, at least masking of presence to some extent to degrees. So there are some complications that are, inherent in the virtual space. Yes, those challenges are.
So thank you. Let me move on to the next theme, the theme of culture. Oh, anyway, I'm going to invite Professor Shika so she can touch upon presence and then probably pivot into culture, the theme that Professor Shika will be talking about. Yeah, Professor
Yeah,
Shika.
just about presence, I was wondering about this idea of authenticity. And I think all of us struggle with that notion. Either we think it's more authentic or it's less authentic, but we differentiate between the physical and the virtual in terms of authenticity. But I was thinking, suppose you were someone who were paraplegic, for instance, and you could be heard clearly and you could communicate clearly online, but you did not have a presence that you could share with other human beings offline. So where is it located, this idea of authenticity? The presence that we create for ourselves digitally, perhaps it is the true us, the one that is imposed on us by the world physically, maybe not the true us. So I think authenticity is an interesting question to kind of engage with. I don't have any answer. So the idea of culture. I think what we've seen across the days is that culture is both something transmuted by the digital, as well as that the digital is a culture of its own. And it allows for both, it seems to coexist in many ways. So we have this intergenerational idea where many age groups can access it at the same time. And yet, when we first started, I don't know, ages ago, the idea of a meme was something I could not get for a long while. It took me a while to get engaged with that notion, to make sense of it, to understand something that people around me were saying. And I didn't know the difference between a trope and a meme, and maybe I still don't. So those kind of conversations are cultural building, and they create subcultures. And the subcultures can be quite exclusive in that sense, because there is a specific language that is generated in the digital that only is shared in a small community. On the other hand, access to information, access to communication allows for the digital platform to be a very powerful culture between others. Uh, even even when we look at, I mean, I think all of us have been deeply educated into the digital by the lockdown, and what we saw of how it enabled others to enabled older people especially to enter the sphere out of necessity, but they haven't left after COVID went. They stayed on, and now we have this intergenerationality that is there. uh, we also have a sense of these different kinds of, like, the platforms themselves are, uh, each performs its own culture. So if you notice now, people on Facebook are all about 40, and there's nobody below 40 on Facebook, and they say that's not where you'll find them. And apparently they're leaving Instagram as well, and the younger people are somewhere else. So there's also generational gaps being created there. Either it's the content that is shared, or it is the nature of the medium, or it is the kind of community that develops, but it's behaving in very cultural ways. If it gets uncool, the cool people leave in some of the ways. But I mean, I would love to hear what others think of this idea of culture in that sphere.
Yeah, love to see the perspectives from other panelists.
I'd like to add something. I mean, see, I think if you treat the medium, I mean, if you study information technology as a cultural medium, right? We tend to think of information technology as a technological event, but it's also a cultural medium, and you can abstract it. Janet Murray, I think one of the books I read very early on, which totally opened my eyes to the potential of this medium, and how we can reframe the potential of this medium. This book by Janet, where she tries to reframe information technology as a cultural medium. And she talks about the 4 affordances of information technology, right? Essentially, if you abstract information technology, there's just 4 affordances that it is facilitating, which is, one is encyclopedic, store, retrieve information. 2 is it's a collaborative medium. It brings people together. 3 is the spatial medium, so you can create things in space. And 4 is it is procedural, that you can sequence a series of events. So, you understand it fundamentally as that. I think, then it is powerful how we build on it. I think this framing of this, I think digital technology, I think is an important understanding that I think which everybody should understand it.
Thank you. Let me move on to the next theme, the theme of threat. We discussed about how AI, it seems to be a threat everywhere, and the notion of AI taking away everything, and what do we do, kind of a thing. And even otherwise, there was this discussion of how certain aspects of learning in design are getting lost because digital tools and digital environments are completely incapable of including them in that medium. So I request Professor Monica to expand on this theme. Professor Monica.
Thanks, Professor Rajaval. So to understand first, I mean, I think it would be important to understand why do we, what is threat and why do we feel threatened? So kind of if you look into it, it's at times, firstly, I mean, we feel threatened because what is new, and in this case, what the technology, if it's a new technology or anything, we're not aware of its full scope. We are not aware how to use it, how we do not know how to use it effectively. So there's one aspect to it that, I mean, when we are not aware of what the new thing is, we kind of feel threatened by it. The other thing is when we are not aware or fully aware of what we are doing, or is that we are trying to achieve through what we are doing, then also we feel threatened, because then anything new that comes into the picture kind of makes us feel more anxious, because we already weren't kind of trying to navigate and figure out what we are doing, and then something new kind of pops up, and then we do not know how to integrate that. So I think technology would, I mean, keep evolving, and we have to kind of be adaptable. We have to be agile enough to kind of and have room in us for more learning all the time. But we also have to build a very strong base. I mean, if the base is strong with the core values of not just the skills, but the context setting, and we know, we are aware of what we are doing and why we are doing, then anything new that comes, instead of feeling like a threat to us, I mean, if we are, I mean, suppose we are a very strong tree, and any threat that is coming to us, instead of kind of letting it be a threat, it can nurture us. Like if it's like a storm comes, if we have a strong hold, I mean, and if the rain comes, and it's not anything new that happens in the environment, instead of feeling threatened, if our roots are strong, we kind of let it nurture us. So that's how we have to look at technology, that not as something that is there to uproot us or kind of just take over us, but something that if we have a strong base, if we are aware, if that awareness, what we are teaching them and what is the implication of it, then anything new that comes, we would be open to learning, and then we would be able to use it wisely to kind of aid in what we are doing and not feel threatened, oh my God, another new thing came. So we have to be open, we have to be kind of excited about newness and not kind of get intimidated by it. This kind of should be the aim of an educator, or I mean, pass it on to the learner to kind of embrace it lifelong, not just for a limited period, is what I feel.
Yeah. Professor Shika, do you have a?
Yeah, I thought it was Kalyani first.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah.
I think one of the things that we are not present to in some ways in this nature of threat is that technology is not an entity. We don't have artificial intelligence in the real sense. It is human beings that are the threat. It is the notion of their I guess greed. It's about human greed, or it's about human ambition, and where that wants to take technology, and that's what is actually the threat. In the same way that while all of us are talking about climate change, nothing is changing with what big companies are up to. So the threat is, I do feel a threat. I feel it more from the motivations of human beings.
Yeah, I would like to add on to it. So I don't see it as a threat. I see it from an advantage point of view, because I like the way how Monica put it across, saying that it is more towards whether you're well aware about it and then you can nurture it, right? So from a UX designer point of view and from a designer point of view, it is very easy nowadays to use all the AI tools and then able to make wireframes with one input. So you can give a command and there's an entire set of wireframes. And you give a command and it can write content. And you give a command, an entire website is created. So that is where people have to not take it as threat, but the advancement of the technologies should be always learned in depth and then get used to it as how to navigate throughout it and then use it for an advantage rather than a threat. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would like to add that, and if you're aware of what we are doing, we would kind of not feel the need to kind of learn or incorporate every new technology that comes up. If we are aware of what we are doing, we'll know what is the tool that is going to help us and what is it that we do not need. So that compulsion to be in order to update yourself, that you're going haywire and learning everything that is available or is coming up, is also something that we need to kind of, that's why self-awareness and awareness of what we are doing is a key to, I mean, the future of education, or I mean, it's a key. I mean, you have to be, the student has to be aware, the teacher, the facilitator has to be aware, the institute has to be aware of where we are heading, what we are doing. Then new things do not intimidate us. It's again the same point I bring both. Yeah.
Can I add something here quickly?
following this discussion, what is going on, I think, the threat is immediately also felt because, certain especially for the digital interference in the education system, and of course because it gets interfered because at some point it has a practical implication in the industrial space where the students go out and work. So we need to probably say XYZ software, we need to teach them, and they've certainly been belted out as the most trending software. I think there's a business angle to it and people who know it, and also, we also fear that if we're not able to teach this or facilitate the learning of this, we become redundant or irrelevant. So that is also another, probably an angle of threat, which plays in our minds sometimes, that are we being, of, how do I say, irrelevant and non-important, or what do you say? Can we not teach this? So that gives us a sense of threat. But if we embrace this as, if taking a learning curve, whatever learning time it takes, and then, how do I say, align them with our learnings, what we have, and apply that to the new medium. So I'm coming from this medium of communication and new medium, I'm seeing it in that angle as well. So how do we adapt the basic fundamentals and use the new software as a tool to execute them in their own, how do I say, the typicality of the new software or the new medium, like a vector software would be an Illustrator, but the same advanced vector software we used for type design. So it's all involves learning curve, and again, very typical to the application area of your choice. So yeah, that's the little thing of threat I felt here. Yeah.
Do we have time to end? I think the perception of threat is coming from the fact that there are too many unknowns.
Is it possible to add some comment here?
No. We'll take questions in the end. Let the panelists discussion. We'll take the questions in the end.
Let me invite now to talk about the theme of pedagogy and how the role of parents and knowledge.
Yeah, okay, I'll try to do this quickly. Okay, so something which was on my mind while I was hearing this thing about threat, and it's a popular statement, right? I'm sure we have heard of it, that we fear what we don't understand. Okay, so earlier in the day, I think we were having a conversation, and Professor Agnishika probably mentioned that why do the technological robots look like humans, like why we're humanizing everything towards this, why it has to be a humanoid android sort of a thing, why do we give it like a face and hands and all of that? So I'm leaving it at that. I'm not saying that there's anything out of it, but so was mythology, right? I mean, God is also a human being somewhere, and we have kind of envisioned God in that sense. I'm not getting into the discussion of that, but yeah. So talking about pedagogy specifically, I want to just give 7 points, and that's all. These are more thought provocations than opinions. So number one is, what is the origin of pedagogy? How do we understand what's the origin of pedagogy? Does it come from our past, or can it also come from the future? So is neo-pedagogy something which can emerge from the future instead of the past? So there is absolutely no reference point for us that can kind of come up. How will they come up is another thing that we can consider. We also have seen pedagogy is very important to be supported by human relationships. Okay, let's say the relationship between a learner and the learned, and how they interact with each other. This is already sort of a power structure in some sort of a package. And this same sort of a power structure, this sort of transmission, linear transmission of knowledge still happens in different forms and ways, however we want to kind of veil it in whichever sense, but it still does happen in the same way. Maybe the whole construct of an institution is exactly how the power structure should exist and should sustain forever. So are we going to break that? Are we going to completely absolve ourselves of what is called an institution? And then therefore, of course, what is an institution? and how does digital or AI or this other entity, we are again like kind of referring it to this as an other, but this entity, how is it going to influence this institution and what is going to happen of that institution? Second point is the existence of pedagogy is in various forms, okay? And it is influenced by various other things like geopolitical scenarios, or this urgency of this ultra environmental sort of consciousness, which I feel is still very narrow. It's really not like at a mass, it's at a very sort of a little level. And the future of the economy, how is the economy going to shape up in the future? All of this is like very closely and very impactful of what is pedagogy. Fourth point, how do we measure pedagogy? And because we might think pedagogy as a linear sort of a structure, okay? Like you start at a point, you reach at a point. How is the measure of this? Currently, we do have a measure, and it's very like quantitative in nature in some way or the other. Again, like sort of comes from the power structure probably. But what is the measure of pedagogy in the domain of digital? Fifth point is the transactional aspect of pedagogy, where pedagogy is maybe a commodity or a consumer-driven product or a service, and how is digital going to kind of give it a shape? I mean, what is the shape that digital is going to bring in within that same space? Also, how is digital going to scrutinize the existing design pedagogies that we use, which is again coming from the past, really. It's just coming from history and all our schools of thoughts. The last point is the roles or the avatars which digital has within, again, the context of pedagogy. Is it a separate entity? Is it us? Is it somewhere between us? It is us becoming them. I mean, if we divide it like that, okay, or it is them becoming us. So it's sort of a little utopian science fiction sort of a context, but these are things which are my sort of takeaway or kind of understanding, you can say, from the perspective or the lens of pedagogy. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Can't hear you. Mr. Rajvan, some of your voice is not so clear.
Yeah. Yeah, Shristha, I think you had a question. Can you? Yeah, I'm opening the floor for the participants.
Yeah. So it's not really a question, but I just wanted to, take a direction for the thought process which I have. So I would like to bring to your notice that architect Christopher Alexander, he gave a lecture at MIT like long back, and that marked the the idea of modular programming. It was computer science department, and at that time when he gave the lecture, he didn't really comprehend that how are they going to use that information shared in the session. But through his pattern language, which he described, the computer science domain got this new direction of doing modular programming in different modules, which can be patched in together, and then it can be the coding practices were designed accordingly, the way the programs were written, the way it was easy for them to code it. So the idea of modular programming is coming from core architecture domain. So I would like to say that innovation and is not discipline centric. So if we look at this complete AI and artificial intelligence, technical and everything, like a different domain, and where it is very difficult to navigate or it is very challenging, so then it will not add as a means for finding some solutions which we might have in our domain. So there is a good chance of having an interrelationship between the different domains and taking some ideas from completely different domains and implementing in our domain. So the mutual learning experience is what would be the future, where nobody is a student, everybody is a learner, everybody is learning. So we are learning to teach, we are teaching to learn, then we are again revamping everything. So it's always learning from each other. The classrooms are not classrooms, they are learning rooms where everybody is learning from each other. And as an educator, our role modifies into giving the structure to the whole thing, to the learning process. So that is what I want to share in this.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions or observations from the online audience, delegates online?
So I'm very, very thankful for all the people who've stuck with us for 2 days. We'd invite some of the online participants who've been generally quite patient and silently kind of moving along with us for 2 days. If there's any, if we would invite you to join, we've got another 5 or 10 minutes. We'd love to hear from you if you have any observations. All right. So I think I just wanted to sum up a little bit with this panel discussion. I think it was an interesting start. Some of the things that we didn't. One of the topics I think we didn't get the chance to cover was knowledge and how the digital informs how we receive, collect, share, archive, curate, understand, and give meaning to information, to this extent that the digital can now be can be seen to be giving rise to its own knowledge systems, and what is our agency in this, and all of these things that we hold true, things of permanence, authenticity, reliability, validity, and all of that. So I thank all the discussants and all the panel members for bringing great vigor to the different topics we've covered. And I think we'll wrap up at this point, but I urge the online audience to please stay logged on, get a cup of coffee, tea, whatever you want. And then we have a keynote by Dr. Anne Gagné at 3:30. She's a Canadian academic and a scholar or who writes on accessible pedagogies. We'd invite you to stick around and please join us at 3:30. So we'll just pause at this point and we'll be back. Thank you. Hi, do you want to test your presentation? Do you have a PowerPoint?
Yes, I do indeed. Hi, it's nice to see you.
Lovely to see you.
I'm so glad I could be here. It's been a while.
Yeah, thank you. What time is it? Where are you joining from? Is it Ontario?
It's 6 o'clock in the morning here.
Oh, good. You look great. You look great for a 6 o'clock morning start.
I mean, I have to, so let me share my PowerPoint and see if you can see it on your end. So here it is here.
Fantastic. We'll start in just 2 minutes. That's
okay. Fantastic.
Yeah. All right, welcome back everyone to the post-lab session and to the keynote speaker. We have Dr. Anne Gagné joining us from Canada. I hope, Anne, that's the correct pronunciation of your surname. If not, please correct me.
Yes, absolutely it is, yes.
Okay, Dr. Anne Gagné is a senior educational developer, accessibility and inclusion at Brock University. She has worked in higher education at universities and colleges for the last 20 years. Her work in curriculum development, instructional design, and educational development, along with her instructor roles, have focused on the need for accessible pedagogies to the Universal Design for Learning, UDL framework, as well as an intersectional and holistic awareness of disabled learners, faculty, and staff lived experience to decrease barriers to inclusion in higher education. And has facilitated workshops and keynotes on accessible pedagogy, accessible event design, accessible social media practices, and trauma-aware UDL. I'm a great fan of Anne. I've been following her work for many years, and she's, like me, she's also a fellow Ruskin scholar and a fellow companion of the Guild of the St. George. So the floor is yours, Anne.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chatterjee. It's so wonderful to be here, and I'm so glad that Ruskin could kind of bring us together as well. It's lovely to see folk online here. It's lovely to see folk on campus. I'm so sad I couldn't be with you today, but I'm sure that one day in the future a trip will definitely be in order to come and visit you. So in our time together today, there's a couple of things that I wanted to cover, and hopefully that'll lead to a nice conversation about some of the aspects that I have here. So in Canada, and I'm sure for those of you with ties to Australia and New Zealand, we do land acknowledgements. And I wanted to do a little bit of a land acknowledgement here, but also talk about why that's important in relation to citational practices. So as I was saying before, it's 6 o'clock in the morning here, so I'm glad that I could get up and join you for this conversation. I'm joining you from the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe peoples, and I want to acknowledge that I grew up on the traditional land of the Abitibi-Winiaki, which is in northern Quebec, in the province of Quebec in Canada. So I'm joining you from St. Catharines, Ontario, which is in the province of Ontario today. I want to do these sort of land acknowledgements because I think it's really important for us to remember that geographies teach us things, right? It's really important for us to remember that geographies, in fact, kind of train our responses to design. Where we grew up, where we lived, where we've been, kind of informs how we react, how we feel comfortable or uncomfortable with different types of design. It's a process of learning and unlearning, and it's also a process that has a lot to do with accessibility. What we get used to seeing in terms of accessible design in some spaces and we don't see in other spaces. What we would like to see in some spaces and we don't see in others. And so acknowledging that interconnectedness, I feel, is really important to, acknowledging lived experience, so especially lived experience, disabled lived experience, and as part of a more inclusive citational practice. So I'm going to cover a few things in the brief time that we have here today, and then I know that we're going to have a bit of a conversation. So hopefully there'll be some things that'll spark conversation here. I want to start with my accessibility origin story. So how did I get to be the person that cares a lot about accessibility? Then I'm going to talk about that tension, which you know very well. Between accessibility and aesthetics, right? So how do we make something accessible? How do we make something beautiful? And then go into accessible pedagogy and more specifically what accessible design pedagogy looks like before leaving you with some ways forward or things to think about. Now, I will try, when I get excited about accessibility, I tend to speak quickly. So I'm going to try to temper my pace to make sure that everyone gets to where I'm at. But if there's anything that you need while I'm presenting, please do flag and I'll make sure to accommodate that. So my accessibility origin story, it sounds like something that would start, some kind of cartoon or something. How did the villain become the villain? But except here, it's the hero. So how did my accessibility origin story start? Well, of course, it starts with Ruskin because everything starts with Ruskin. So when I was doing my dissertation, I was reading The Ethics of the Dust. And for those of you who haven't had the pleasure of reading The Ethics of the Dust, I've given you like a brief little synopsis in my view that I feel is really like a pedagogical treatise with a deep awareness of the sensory and a deep awareness of an understanding of how important experiential teaching and learning is. And this is something that we do, right? Everyone that's in this room does some kind of experiential learning. And what really struck me is there's a passage in The Ethics of the Dust where he's teaching, there's a lecturer, and he's teaching schoolgirls, as they're called, about atoms and how atoms create matter and those kinds of things. And there's a part there where he kind of guides the schoolgirls and says, I want you to pretend that you're atoms And, he's trying to evoke what it would be like to have solids, liquids, and gases, and where those atoms are in relation to solids and liquids and gases. And it was in that moment that I had a bit of an epiphany, which was, what would it be like if we paid real attention to the senses in our pedagogy? Because he talks about the awareness of not rubbing up against each other, right? Or like how atoms are farther away if they're in liquid format and so on. And so it really got me thinking about senses and the sensory and pedagogy. And the more I delved into Ruskin, the more that I realized that he had like this deep commitment to sharing knowledge to people who didn't have traditional access routes to knowledge, right? This was something that he really cared a lot about in the Working Men's College and those kinds of things. And this is something that you will see here. I can actually share a link in the chat, if that works, just so that you have this. I'll share it with the host, and then the host can kind of share it with you. This Ruskin and Walkley website is fantastic because it shows you the kinds of artifacts that that the St. George Museum was like sort of invested in terms of learning materials, right? So we have prints, we have paintings, we have dishes, we have columns, capitals, those kinds of things. And it was something that really made me start to think like, what is the accessibility of all of that? So both access in terms of like opening doors to folk with, to folk about education and access to education, but also how do those tangible artifacts teach us something? Right. And so it was from there that I kind of just went on to think about how are our spaces accessible to learning? How are our classrooms designed? What are the things that we're talking about in the classroom? And so this kind of brings us to where I am today. And so I was so glad when Dr. Chatterjee reached out and said, hey, would you want to come and give a talk? We have this symposium. And I said, sure, because, I'm really interested in design. I don't teach design, but I've worked in instructional design. And I'm really interested in this conversation that is had a lot about this tension between accessibility and beauty. And so I bring up this quotation from Morris from 1880, and I promise not all of the things I will reference are from the 19th century. But I bring up this citation from Morris because I think it's important for us to remember what he said about have nothing in your houses that you do not know to be useful or believe to be beautiful. And I think that or is important. And I put a little bold there to emphasize that because we really do function on those dichotomies. We function on the fact that like something can either be useful or something can either be beautiful. And somehow we can't in our pedagogies or in their conversations that somehow we can't do both. And I'm here to tell you, as the title suggests, I promise you that accessible can be beautiful. And I'm sure that we know this, and I would love to have a conversation about this. In fact, just yesterday I was on Twitter, which I refuse to call X. Somebody was talking about somebody was talking about a new bottle of a dishwashing liquid that had been designed that not only was really good at cutting grease and those kinds of things, but the way that it was modeled was really great for folk without fine motor coordination, so that they could squeeze the bottle and that would help them with their dishes and so on. And it was arguably a very beautiful bottle for a bottle of dishwashing liquid, right? And so I want to open up the conversation that we can be teaching that beautiful, something accessible can indeed be beautiful, that we can embed this thought process in our design pedagogies, that we need to really try to think both ways, right? That our slide decks can be accessible and beautiful. Right, like the things that we talk about can be thinking about what is useful and hopeful and needed for our learners and folk in our offices and people at our universities who have disabilities, but also something that would be just lovely to engage with and to look at. So what is accessible pedagogy? I'm also here to dispel some myths, right? So oftentimes when people think and talk about accessible pedagogy, as at least in a North American context, and again, we could have a conversation about maybe this is different in an Indian context, that a lot of folk, when they talk about accessible pedagogy, they tend to only sort of talk about universal design for learning, right? And the 3 pillars of universal design for learning. So multiple means of engagement, multiple means of action and expression, multiple means of representation. And so they focus on these 3 pillars. And when they think about accessible pedagogy, this is the thing that they're thinking about, right? This is the thing that they seem to care a lot about. And that's fine. And absolutely, universal design for learning is part of accessible pedagogy, but I'm here to kind of say there's more to it than that, right? And I'd like for people to realize that there is more to it than that. That it's actually closer to, like, sort of the original universal design and inclusive design pillars that really have a home and a focus and a foundation in architecture. Right? How do we make our architectural spaces more inclusive? How do we make it so that people can navigate the spaces that we're in? Right? So oftentimes we kind of get stuck on the learning part, right? So how do we bring the sort of multimodality to our learning without thinking about there are other things that happen for that learning to happen. So for example, that learning needs to happen in some sort of container, right? So whether the container be the room that you're in right now, there's a container, or whether the container be the Zoom room that some of us are engaging with here, that's also an important consideration. It's an important consideration that we often forget when we just focus on the lessons and all of those things. So I want to move towards an understanding of accessible pedagogy that is more holistic, right? So we're not just thinking about the lesson plans and the pedagogy and the assessments and so on. Of course, that's important, and I'll talk about that in a second. But we're also thinking about the other things that make up that pedagogy. So for example, intentional and at times iterative learning outcomes, right? So we are all very aware of having learning outcomes in our courses, like what is the thing that we want the learners to come out with from our classrooms at the end of the term, at the end of the year, at the end of their modules, at the end of their programs. But there also needs to be a bit of flexibility if we want to think about it accessibly, about that iteration. There are things that are going to appear. There's going to be learning that's going to appear that wasn't, intentional, but maybe appeared because of conversations, an exemplar that was brought into the classroom, those kinds of things, right? And so because of the ways that oftentimes our universities and colleges are structured, with quality assurance protocols and so on, we tend to think of our learning outcomes as very rigid, right? We tend to think of our learning outcomes as like, these are the only things that should and could come out of a classroom environment. And I'm here to say that from an accessibility point of view, wouldn't it be lovely if we had some flexibility there to dream and think about some of the iterative things? Because design is iterative, isn't it? So let's kind of model what we're talking about in the ways that we think about learning outcomes. Of course, accessibility and accessible pedagogy is about making and creating accessible assessments and accessible activities. So making sure that all of your learners can participate in these ways. It's of course thinking about the resources that we share. It's thinking about the exemplars that we share. And so one example that I often give with faculty is an example where, say I'm a math professor, and I want my students, this is an actual real example, I want my students, the assignment or the exemplar that I've given them is, you have someone who is coming to your house to do a survey of the grounds, to do some groundwork and groundkeeping of your backyard, and you have this much of a budget and you want to have these kinds of flowers. And I had a faculty member once, many, many years ago, say to me, I don't understand why the students don't understand this question. It's a simple area question. I don't know why they're having trouble with it. And I said to the instructor at the time, do they know what groundkeeping is? Like, where do the students live? Do they live in houses? Or do they live in apartments with no outside yard? And that light bulb kind of went off and said, oh, right. I'm giving them an example that they can't resonate with because they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand the premise of like doing landscaping. So maybe I need a more inclusive example. So that's just one example that I provide in terms of like, let's think about the exemplars that we give in our classes so that they really resonate to the lived experience of our learner. Thinking about our educational spaces, again, both online and on-campus spaces or blended spaces like we're in right now. Thinking about things like captions, thinking about things like microphones, thinking about things where possible, ISL, interpretation, thinking about how the seating is in relation to the technology. So are there good sight lines where people can actually see the monitors or what it is that you're showing? What about lighting? Right? Some people might react poorly to bright lighting. Are there ways to kind of have a medium light? And again, this is a design principle, isn't it? And educational technology, as I know that generative AI is top of mind right now. When we're talking about generative AI, are we having conversations about accessibility? Because that is something that I'm sort of really in right now, which is we're so excited, or some people are so excited about using these generative AI tools that we're not necessarily thinking about, are these generative AI tools accessible? So if I use a screen reader, if I use keyboard navigation and not a mouse, can I still use those generative AI tools, right? We don't necessarily think about those things, and I think we need to start doing that. And our learning management systems, how accessible are they where we store our information? So this kind of gets us to accessible design pedagogy, right? So there's all of these things that we think about that could be part of accessible pedagogy. Well, so how does that relate to design? And you'll note here that I say like my unpopular opinion, and I'm sure we can have more conversation about that too. And I want to focus on empathy. I want to focus on empathy because when we have conversations about design thinking, a lot of our conversations, of course, around design thinking, focus on a need to start with empathy. Right? We love empathy in design. Yeah. That's our favorite thing. And so I feel like empathy might be a problem when it comes to designing around disability. And I'll explain why. Because, empathy, when we're talking about kind of being empathetic to disabled lived experience, is hard if you're not disabled. It's very difficult. Right? And so this is why we create these personas. Yeah, like Microsoft, for example. Microsoft has these great personas that you can use when you're doing design. But from a disability point of view, personas will only get you so far. From a disability point of view, personas, again, kind of generalize a disabled lived experience. And so this is why I feel like empathy in some ways could fail us. When we use this as an approach, because it really isn't holistic. It really doesn't think about how, if I, like, for example, myself, if I have tinnitus, which I do, how my experience of ringing in my ear will vary from day to day. It absolutely does. So today is a not so bad day. Yesterday was a pretty bad day. Will vary from day to day, but it will also vary from each person's lived experience, right? So if somebody else comes up to me and says, oh, I have tinnitus, their lived experience is going to be different too. And so we need to have a way to be a little bit more malleable to that, right? And I know that that's the big problem in design, isn't it? And empathy sure is a start, but I want to say that if we put all our eggs in that empathy basket, we might be forgetting something, right? We might not actually get to what we need to get to when we're talking about disabled lived experience. And so we need to have those conversations. We need to have active listening, but it's more than empathy, right? What I'm suggesting here is that we can't define, ideate, prototype in the void, right? We cannot define, ideate, or prototype without the actual voices of the folk that we are design, ideating, and prototyping for. They need to be in the room with us, whether it's the virtual room or the boardroom that you're in. They need to be in the room with us. And we need user testing. And I know that, user testing is expensive because you have to pay people to test, but we need user testing that is reconnaissant of and recognizes the disabled lived experience. So how do we get disabled voices to the table to have those conversations, and different kinds of disability too, right? So there's a lot of focus on learners with ADHD, for example, at least in the North American context, moving beyond just thinking about physical disabilities to other kinds of disabilities, neurodivergence, and so on, right? So I'm here to kind of ask that maybe we should bring more people to the table when we have these conversations. And so what could this look like in practice in our classroom environments, right? So this is a cool, great, you're saying all of these great things. That's fantastic. So how do I practically, what are the practicalities of making this happen in our classroom? So one could be more guest speakers or more connections, right? One of the reasons why I was really excited when Dr. Chatterjee reached out is because I'm at a stage in my career where I'm really invested in doing these kind of cross geography, sort of connections. I think that a lot of the work that we do as academics tends to be very geographically siloed, and especially something like accessibility. There's a lot of possibility there for cross-pollination, because what happens in your university there is going to be very different than what happens in my university here, especially when it comes to what do we do for accessibility purposes. And I think that it's really important that we have those conversations, because I have as much to learn from you as you maybe have to learn from what I've been saying here, right? And so I think we need more connections, right? More of these kinds of things where sure, it's 6 o'clock in the morning here, but more of these kinds of things where, we can have conversations across time zones and make it work, right? More community-based projects, more voices of the folk that are impacted by our design ideas, choices, and the way that we teach design, right? So let's have a conversation about communities. When I was working, and I still do, but when I was working in a particular program at the George Brown College in Toronto, one of the things that the students were working on was a social justice innovation project. And that project meant that they needed to go to their community, where they were from, where they lived, their neighborhood, and look around and see a gap. What was needed there? Programming, resources, those kinds of things. And their project for my class was to design how to bridge that gap. How do I support my own community with what the community needs? And it was fantastic, actually. Some of them identified that they were in food deserts, right? So that they were in spaces where there were not a lot of grocery stores. They couldn't get fresh produce. And so they developed a project where they would have farmers markets, or people would come in with fresh produce once a week or something like this, right? This is really, and I mean, these are undergraduate students, right? These are not graduate students. These are college students invested in their community. So more community-based projects, and that'll probably look very different where you are as well. but I'm suggesting that as a possibility. Less hollow empathy, right? So like, how do we get to meaningful empathy? And that's probably because we need to have conversations with more people, and that we acknowledge that if you don't identify as having a disability, it's really hard to have that empathy, because oftentimes that empathy, when it comes to disability, really often and easily, sadly, goes to sympathy instead. Right. So instead of like, when it comes to disabled lived experience, instead of like kind of being empathetic, one tends to be sympathetic, right? Because of that disability. And that's not helpful for anyone. We need to have more co-creation and multimodal choice to share our knowledge. So like, how can the learners, and I mean, this is a radical thing that I think a lot of people are trying to do in North American societies, but haven't, in North American institutions, but haven't quite gotten there yet, is having the students be part of designing the course. What would they like to see? What would they like to focus on? What are their goals and values? What's a thing that they really care about, especially in relation to design and inclusion? What do they want to focus on? More things like this Design Justice book that Sasha Cosenza-Chalk, and I will put the link in the chat so that the person can share it with other folk in case you haven't read this book, but maybe you have. So again, they talk a lot in this book about, again, this community building, those kinds of things, designing for folk that are the most impacted, all of those great things that we care about. And then ego. I kind of had to end with this because I think that academic spaces tend to be ego filled. Sometimes art spaces tend to be ego filled, and sometimes I think I've been, again, part of my outreach, and that I want to do more cross geography outreach is thinking about how humility plays itself in different geographical spaces. So how do we show pedagogical humility in Canada? How do we show pedagogical humility in India? How do we show pedagogical humility in Australia and New Zealand? And I think we have a lot to learn from Indigenous pedagogies here, to recognize that we are just one of a bigger system. And I think that really accessible design will recognize that as a designer, yes, I have some choices to make, but I also ethically need to make those choices in conversation with other people. So what you can do in your course, or what you can do, and these are like some of the things that I want to end my talk with, is some reflective questions for you to think about. So if you could take a few moments today, tomorrow, even by the end of the week, and to reflect on some of these things. Is there something that you could add to your curriculum or your resources that helps support a more inclusive and accessible conversation? A disabled scholar, for example. Is there something that you can bring in, or an example of disability that you can bring into your classes? Can you add options in your assessments? Can you have I've had faculty that I've talked to where they've designed an assignment, and then another part of that assignment is, okay, so what if you had a person utilizing this object or this space who was blind or was low vision? How would you modify that design choice, right? How would you share that with others? So adding those kinds of options. How can you advocate for more inclusion in your department or your institution? This is what I sort of pride myself in. I'm the kind of person that brings this up everywhere, in every space that I'm in, my institutional meetings, social media, all of the outreach that I do. I'm really about advocating for that. And can you reflect on how you feel about empathy? Just because I don't seem to like it doesn't mean that you don't have to like it. So how does empathy and humility play itself out in the work that you do? And with that, look at that timing, exactly 30 minutes as I promised. Thank you so much for sharing space with me. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now, and I hope that was a good start to kind of spark some conversation.
Thank you. That was brilliant and on the dot at we're half an hour exactly. So thank you for that short and sharp keynote speech. I've got a couple of no, they're not really questions, but I think, and I started really following your work around the times of COVID when you were, on Twitter especially. You started to talk really a lot about because a lot of us went online, and
Mhm.
you were such a passionate champion for accessibility of online, education being inclusive and accessible. And I really started following you that. So I've been following your work on Accessogogy on your podcast. I've got a couple of things that I wanted to kind of maybe just kind of perceptions,
Yeah.
and I just wanted you to maybe bust them. So then,
Okay.
and there's generally a sense that digital is a great leveler and is quite democratic, and it's not. And so can you talk a bit more to that premise? And but that was number one. And the second one was that there are in design schools and design education more generally, there are schools that kind of hang on to more traditional ways of learning and teaching design because it seemed to be tied to some innate design abilities. And I find, we've been having this discussion in the morning that they're very ableist narratives. That if
Yeah.
you can't draw by hand, you somehow, that you're out. So that somehow these traditional systems of teaching design creates an inside and an outside, and who's in and who's out. So these are the two things, and maybe a third thing. Sorry, Anne, I just want to.
That's okay.
I've been jotting down things really quickly as you've been going through your speech. And then the typical pitfalls, I think, in online engagement, particularly to do with, the use of videos. And then you've written some beautiful articles and blogs on that. So I wonder if you could speak to any of these three prompts that I've just talked about. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. These are fantastic. Thank you. So I'll start with the beginning about the digital as a leveler. And I kind of alluded to this a little bit when I started talking about generative AI. I think that you're right, that there is a real belief that somehow if everything is digital, that it'll be, a leveler, and it'll allow everyone to participate and be included. But there's a lot of things that people don't think about, like bandwidth, for example, right? So Canada, and I'm sure that that's something that happens in India as well, in some remote provinces, they do not have like good internet, right? A lot of people are using their cellular phones to connect and those kinds of things. And they're trying to get, education with poor bandwidth. And so, we want to try to be more digital, but we're not always thinking about like, okay, well, what are the internet connection possibilities there? We're also not thinking about the tool itself in terms of accessibility. And so I go back to these generative AI tools. They are created quick. Every day there's a new one. And in that design process, in like, well, this particular AI will help you consolidate whatever it is. They're not thinking about the design of that tool. They're not thinking about the web UX. They're not thinking about the UI. They are certainly not thinking about WCAG standards. And they're not thinking about like how someone with a screen reader can use these tools. And so then in turn, we have faculty members that say, oh, this is a fantastic tool. I'm going to get my students to use this particular thing in this particular assessment, in this class, and everybody's going to love it because they love digital. And it's like, okay, well, what if you have a student with low vision? What if you have a deaf student? What if you have a hard of hearing student? Someone who like, and I can talk about this a bit when we get to captions, someone who can't engage with what it is that you've asked them to engage with because of things missing. So that's one piece. So I really think like, there is that misconception that all digital is going to be a leveler, and it might not. And in fact, right now, at this very moment, this week, at my institution, one of the things that we're talking about a lot, or at least I'm in conversation with, is around open educational resources, because we're big advocates for that, right? So creating press books, creating these kinds of textbooks that live on the internet. And I'm having conversations with accessibility services that says, okay, well, how do I make this thing that lives on the internet a tangible thing to a student who may need a tangible book, or a student, for example, that may need that in Braille? How do I make that happen for them? And so this push towards the digital absolutely seems to forget that there's going to be tons of people that can't. And so we need to always keep that in the back of our mind. And I tend to be that person that always thinks of the thing that other people never thought of. And then people are just always doing this like kind of like emoji motion to me, like whenever I was just like, but what about this? And then they do this thing. I was just like, no, but honestly. So that's one piece. And it kind of speaks to this traditional design prompt that you're asking, and like traditional design pedagogy as being ableist, and like, well, this, what you're saying about, well, if you can't draw, you can't be in design, you can't. And this happens a lot in professional programs. I have this conversation a lot with nurses, right? If you are a wheelchair user, can you be a nurse? And there's a lot of people that'll say, well, no, you can't be a nurse and be a wheelchair user. And I say, why not? Like teach the person to draw blood, teach the person to take vitals. You don't need to be standing to do that, right? And so a lot of that happens, right, in professional programs where there is like a neurotypical, a normalized body that exists, and that and they think that that person has to be the person who does architecture, the person who does nursing, the person who does whatever. And if they don't fit that mold, that, oh, there's a lot of other programs that they can take instead. It's like, no, because we're actually at a point where if I can't draw with a pen and pencil or paper or whatever, there's tools that can help me with that. In fact, there's even more tools that can help me with that every day, right? So why not? Why not? Like, that's universal design for learning right there, multiple means, right? And then so we get to this last point about videos. So videos for me is a big thing, videos and captions, because I guess because I'm a little hard of hearing sometimes, captions are important for me, right? So captions in meetings, on videos, and those kinds of things, and accurate captions, because we work in highly specialized, like in spaces with highly specialized narratives, discourses, and words, right? So we use jargon, if I want to use that word, that is like sort of specific to our, our pedagogical background, that probably will not be captioned properly in video, right? And so that is one thing that we really need to think about. So like, we can have a nice caption video, but it needs to be captioned correctly. How do you spell those terms? How do you say those things? And I think one of the things that's another really important thing is a lot of those automatic caption things that happen have been trained on, I want to say, North American data, who, and, I'm sure everyone in this room has experienced this, where they just do not caption non-American names properly at all, right? Like, at all. And even my very French last name, they cannot, it comes out in very different ways. And so I think we need to think about and advocate for how we can get to a space where people acknowledge that there's not just Americans in the world. I don't know how we do this, but I'm trying. So yeah.
Fantastic. I'm just going to do a quick introduction to the people in the room.
Okay.
At my school, just quickly, because we haven't had the time. So I wonder if you can see Professor Rajavel just up front. He's our Associate Dean. On to my right is Professor Agnishika. She's also in charge of we've got a committee for diversity in learning and teaching design. So it's something that we are building on, and early days really.
Mhm.
And then Professor Ayod Kamath, who's from another school of architecture. On that side, if you can just, that's Professor Kalyani, who's an assistant dean, Professor Kunal Datta, and Professor Monica. So I just wanted to do a quick introduction because they might have some questions for you as well as
Sure.
people in the audience. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. On to Professor Rajvel.
Yeah.
So, your accessible can be beautiful, and accessible probably is beautiful is something that kind of really appealed to me. I think in design, we always feel simpler something is more beautiful, more aesthetic it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in that sense, would you say accessible design or accessible approach is something which which is fundamentally simpler and a more holistic approach?
Yeah. I love that. Because again, like that paradigm of oh, I love this question because it's such a disruptive thing. My brain is doing a lot of things right now. That paradigm of like, well, it can't be accessible and beautiful, is really kind of is thinking about an aesthetic, not a complicated aesthetic, but not a simple aesthetic, right? And so I can really appreciate how like you're emphasizing that simple is beautiful, right? And so I think that if we really bring it down, why are we making things more complicated? I agree. If we're going to sort of bring down that design to the sort of grassroots foundational elements that are required, it is both going to be simple in its design and effective in its use. And so I go back to that bottle that I saw of dishwashing liquid. I mean, most people be like, well, how can a bottle of dishwashing liquid be beautiful? Well, it's simple in its design and it's effective in its use, and it opens things up to a lot of different users, right? So I think that there is a lot to be learned, in fact. And so thank you so much for bringing that up. In that simplicity is beautiful. I think that, yeah, we try too hard to make things complicated. So I love that. I love that prompt, and I love that idea. Absolutely.
Hi, Dr. Garnier. Can you see me?
Hi. Yes, I can. How are you?
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the great talk. I was actually, I'm a spatial designer, so part of the idea of accessible spaces is something we need to take into consideration, and we do in our training. But when it comes to accessibility in pedagogy and learning, that there are a whole lot of things to have to think about. And I think some of the challenges in India have to do with people not being diagnosed in any way. And we are dealing with a lot of young people who we don't know if they're on the spectrum or not. We don't know if it's different, diverse ways of learning, or it's something, a disability in some way, special need. I was just wondering, as you were speaking, and since this has been going on for 2 days, I was wondering if there are AIs or large language models that can be harnessed for specific needs, and if you have any experience with that or someone doing that work.
Right. No, this is also a great question. It's a great question because it kind of gets to the heart of disclosure narratives, right? That oftentimes accessibility or thinking about accessibility has been premised around the need in higher education to disclose, right? So somebody isn't registered with accessibility services. We're all about the paper, right? Like, show me the paper that says that you have this thing. And what I'm trying to get at, I think, is like, can we design it more inclusively so that that paper isn't necessary, right? So there's that part, right? So can we design this spatial, like, I love that you're teaching spatial design. That's fantastic. Can we design this space in a way that is inclusive, or can we think about this space in a way that is inclusive? Even if I don't have that piece of paper that might acknowledge that there are learners with ADHD or neurodivergent learners in my class and so on. So generative AI models, there are, let me just think if I can remember this one, because I have one. I have one that I actually shared, and I don't think it's because as I have 6 o'clock brain, there is one that I know for sure that is incredibly helpful to learners with ADHD to help with like executive function and those kinds of things. And I do not have it off the top of my head, but I promise you that I will find it because I know that I have it somewhere. And that's exact. Thank you, Kate. Look at Kate. Kate, it's early for you in the morning. Thank you, Kate. Kate in Canada in the chat. Exactly. It is Goblin Tools. Let me just find it here. Goblin Tools. Oh, Kate in Canada to the rescue. Here we go. So it's goblin .tools. So just the word goblin and the word tools. And what's great about it is that it does a couple of things. It'll allow those that have difficulty with executive function to estimate how long it takes to do a thing. There is something there that will allow them to think about like their speech patterns, and how they can translate some words, like ways that they would express something in a certain way, in a way that might be more inclusive to other people. So that might be one that I would suggest. And thanks so much, Kate, for being there and knowing that.
Thank you. Professor Sana Deepak has a question. She's in the online audience. Go ahead.
Hi, Sana.
Hi, that was a great talk. I absolutely love this area of discussion also because I find it very dear to me in terms of approaching community-based projects. And one of the recent work that we did do in college was to look at the airport. And I think something similar came across, the idea of looking at disability as a way of, as you need a proof for it, like if you need avail services. So we did like discuss this with the airport and said, what is the intent statement that the terminal has? And what was interesting to learn from them was the fact that they target to kind of look at the dignity part of it. So to look at everyone deserves that space. So nobody should be asked for things to prove or to kind of utilize. So it's also something that I wanted to ask you as, when we look at standards, we do definitely look at the kind of incapabilities and how to address that through design.
Right.
But do we really look at what they feel versus how they function, So I think that was something I wanted to kind of ask you, what's your take?
Yeah, no, for sure. Because again, like this kind of goes to this conversation that we have about like, even if somebody has a diagnosis, right? That everyone's lived experience of that diagnosis is absolutely going to be different. And so we need to really recognize that in the ways that we design. And so we do, this is like a higher education in general problem though, right? Like this is what we do, is that we can't, within the confines of our semesters or trimesters, the way that it is, within the 12 to 15 weeks that we have with our learners, it's impossible. It's almost impossible to make sure that we, address everybody's, because then we would never get the core curriculum done, right? Like it wouldn't happen, because higher education, the way that it's built now, is not built with that flexibility. But what I would hope in the future is that we do recognize that so if I and I also use a cane sometimes, one cane user is not lived experience is not the same as everybody else's. And so maybe you're going to need some chairs and different spaces for people to be able to sit down and kind of navigate with that dignity piece that you have there. And so I think that this is a more systemic issue, something that, I don't know if all 30 some odd people and those of us that are in the room will be able to solve right today. But I think that this is something that we really need to think about, like how do the structures, and this is actually, see, look at me with my books. This is actually a book that I wanted to suggest to all of you to read if you haven't read it before. It's called Academic Ableism by Jay Dolmage, and it's an e-text that you can find on the internet. You don't even he's so committed. He's a Canadian professor at a Canadian university. He's so committed to inclusion that he has this book online. So if you just Google it, you'll see the whole e-text. it'll talk this what's great about this book, and I have it here because we're doing it as a pedagogical reading group at my institution. What's great about this book is that it really talks about those systemic pieces that you're talking about, Professor Deepak, and I think that it's important for us to think about how we are one part of like maybe possibly disrupting that systemic things that kind of come from the top down, you know? So I hope that helps answer that question.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. There's one more question from Dr. Ayat. Can you pass him the microphone? Microphone? Dr. Ayat, go ahead.
Thank you for an amazing talk. And I'm actually going to be repeating a question that I had asked someone a couple of months ago at a workshop on neurodivergence in academia. And this is with regards to the example you gave of nursing and the idea that someone with disabilities may not be able to practice a particular profession. So in such cases, something that I kind of something that's confounded me has been that knowing as someone who's studied for a particular profession and worked in it and knows how little space it has for disabilities of different kinds. One thing that I struggled with is that do I sort of prepare my students to face that with sort of tough love kind of exercises, saying that no, this is how it's going to be out when you graduate and enter the profession, versus kind of giving them accommodations. And that's a balance that I find really hard to achieve. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts or tips on that.
That's such Dr. Ayat, it's such a great question, because that tension between hope and reality is a real one, right? So like the reality of the workplace is that it's filled with ableism and it's filled with disableism, like it is filled with a lot of all of the other isms, right? Like racism and classism and all of those other things. But we have an opportunity to disrupt that a bit. So we can do it's a very fine balance. We have an opportunity to disrupt that a bit, to say, yes, the reality is that our working spaces and our working conditions are still incredibly ableist, are still incredibly classist, are still incredibly racist. However, if more of us as individuals and future design practitioners, future nurses, future doctors, recognize that there is a need to be less ableist, to be less racist, to be less classist, and to actually like design and care in an inclusive way, that hopefully, and I don't want to sound like all like rainbows and puppies, but like hopefully that this will be a nice way for us to kind of build for the future, build towards the future that we would like to see, right? Build towards a design future that is more inclusive, and so that maybe in the future there'll be less of that, all of the isms that we like to see, right? Or that we do see, that we want to see less of. But yes, it's really hard. Folk like me who do equity work, like we have conversations all the time about how difficult it is, because the systems everywhere, not just in higher education, just like society systems, remind us on a regular basis how much we're up against. And some days it's hard, right? Some days it's hard, and you're just like, why do I keep doing this work? And then some days I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and I get to have amazing conversations with colleagues in India, and it makes it all worthwhile. So thank you so much for this, and I hope that this is just one of many conversations that we can continue to have in the future. But thank you for that question. That was a great one.
Yeah. I have a question, and this is an anonymous question, and it really hits hard for me because this could be someone I know, because I have done this in my class. So, with a tinge of guilt, I'm going to read this question out. The question is: I'm dyslexic and in a design school. I had to withdraw from the class of a professor, okay, no one has withdrawn from my class, because he refused to share his slides with me or with the class in general. His reason was that I'm not going to share my slides because I want you all to pay more attention in the class, which actually meant that many in the class were just waiting to take photos of the wall so that they don't miss a slide. Calling out like this made me the bad guy and someone who wants to escape working hard. Designers become teachers, but they may be lacking essential teaching skills like inclusivity, equity. How may we educate our future design teachers for neurodiversity and prepare classrooms that are safer and happier places for such students?
Oh my goodness, I've heard that question so often. Okay, so there are a couple of things, and thank you so much for sharing that and reading that out. Thank you for the person who asked the question. Absolutely. So there is this belief that somehow if slides are shared ahead of time, that somehow people will not pay attention. And this idea, and I use this in quotation marks, this idea of paying attention is really based on a neurotypical understanding of what it is to pay attention. I teach professional communications. I just had this conversation with my students last night because all of my students are in business. So they're studying HR, accounting, all of that stuff. And we had a conversation about eye contact. And I said, if you're having a conversation with someone, do you expect eye contact? And everyone said yes. And I said to them, why do you expect eye contact? And they said, well, that's how I know that the person is paying attention. And I said, okay, well, what if I told you that if I was neurodivergent, if I was autistic or ADHD, that actually holding someone's vision and kind of, just looking at someone is incredibly difficult for them and they wouldn't be able to do it? What if I told you if somebody was not completely blind but was low vision, that opportunity to do that was also incredibly difficult for them to do? What would you do? And they're like, oh. And I was like, do you think that those people are paying less attention if they're not looking at you directly? And they're like, oh, I guess not. And I was like, you only think that because society has told you that. Society has told you that paying attention looks like this. Right? Society has told you like paying attention is like, in the book, hand, write down all of the things, right? And so I absolutely can appreciate what the question asker is asking, because yes, there is still an incredible amount of neurotypicality in our understanding of what engagement looks like and what paying attention looks like, right? And so that's why a lot of professors don't do that, because they're still kind of stuck in that neurotypical way. And some professors don't want to share their slides because they're worried about their intellectual property walking around all over the place. And I get that. So some of the things that I say instead is that if a professor is not willing to share slides, that they at least share some sort of high-level outline of what happened in class, because that will really help learners take notes. First, we talked about this, then we talked about that, then we talked about this, then we talked about that. They don't want the slides because they don't want to pay attention. In fact, a lot of people want the slides because it helps with their note-taking. And so a lot of faculty will come to me and say, I give them the slides, but I still see them in lecture hall, like taking notes, taking pictures with their phone. What are they doing? And I was like, because they probably have an iPad or a tablet, and they are annotating. They can annotate those pictures a lot easier than they can annotate your PowerPoint slides. Or your learning management system is so complicated for them that it is a lot easier for them to find pictures of the slides on their phone or their tablet than it is to try to find your slide deck in Brightspace or whatever learning management system you use. What learning management system do you use there? Do you use one? Do you have one? But yes, so that could be a thing too. So I can appreciate this question. I can appreciate what the asker is asking. There's a couple of things there. One is organizing materials so that it's easy for people to find, and the other is trying to break that myth that engagement looks like me staring at you, because I promise you it's not. I hope that helps.
All right. Thank you so much. We're not going to keep you any longer, so we'll let you get back to your Thursday. Is it? Yes, your Thursday.
It is my Thursday, and
It's your
tomorrow's a long
Thursday.
weekend.
A long weekend ahead. Yeah.
Yes,
and,
thank you.
You too. Thank you
so much. This was great, and I hope we can keep in touch.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. Thank you so much, Anna. My heartfelt thanks to you on behalf of myself and all the audience online as well. See you later.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. I now invite the conveners to draw the symposium to a close. Maybe some final words from you and Professor Manoj.
Thank you everyone for being online for these 2 days. This was really engaging, and I think we got to learn a lot from all these stalwarts out here. And Yamana?
Thank you for sharing your insights, listening patiently. And for all the participants who have presented the papers, I think you pulled up in a very short time. And thank you for your timely submissions. You made this event a very successful event. Thank you again. And we wish we will have more symposiums like this, and we will look forward for your participation. Thank you.
We're just taking group pictures. I was just saying thank you to all the participants who've been with us yesterday, today, during lunch break, post lunch break. So they're all they've drifted in and out. They're not all here, but some of the people who have stuck with us are Dr. Ashwini, Umesh, thank you. And Professor Srishti, thank you for all your provocative questions. Enjoyed your presence. We're a very familiar name now. Harshit for your paper. Anubha for joining in today. I think you missed out. I think for some reason there was some we got our wires crossed, and Gaurav, I think Bhavna Jain, Professor Monica, Jyoti. Please don't feel obligated to switch on your videos, but we just wanted to take a screenshot. Can we go ahead and do that as a group photo? Could you do that? And then we'll let everybody know. Is it done?
No.
Could you do it quickly?
Yeah, I'm doing it. Just waiting for the last set of cameras to go on.
We'll send everybody an email asking whether you want a participant certificate. We will generate that in due course. We had over 100 registrations, so it'll take us a couple of weeks to get through that. But it was a great symposium. We'll be uploading the recordings very soon once we've edited them and put them in our kind of brand. Yes, so thank you all for joining. Is it done?
We are done.
Thank you. Million thanks to all of you, and have a lovely weekend ahead. Thank you. Be in touch. Bye.